also there. Oh, also there. Clerk.
Correction and approval of the records of votes and proceedings of the National Assembly sitting of Tuesday, 17 September 2024.
Honorable members, corrections and approval of records of votes of the National Assembly's proceeding of Tuesday, 17 September 2024 is before us for corrections and approval of the said records of votes and proceedings. Any honorable Can any honorable member please move a motion for the correction and approval of the said record of votes and proceedings, please? Member for Kiang Central.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I rise to raise a motion for the record of votes and proceedings of the National Assembly sitting of Tuesday, 17 September 2024 for correction and approvals.
Any seconder? Member for Upper Fuladu West.
Yes, Honorable Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
It has been moved and seconded that the record of votes and proceedings of the National Assembly sitting of Tuesday, 17 September 2024 be approved. Any issue or observation from honorable members may do so by show of hands. We will look at the record with page by page, beginning with page 1. Any issue or issues or observations on page 1? On page 1, page 2, let's move to page 2. Page 3, page 2, member for Sami. Oh, sorry. Member for Sami. Okay. Can we move to page 3 now? Page 3. Page 4. Yes, member for Sami.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Page 41. I want to be guided. I don't know whether the honorable member for
honorable member for Sami. I'm not sure where I'm coming from this morning.
Yeah.
Page 41.
Number 41.
Now you are coming.
I said number 41. Number 41. I said I want to be guided. Honorable Maimuna Sise, whether she was here yesterday.
Yesterday? Yes. I also cannot. She was here? Okay. Her neighbor said she was. Okay. No, the member for Lower Badibu said she was here. Page 5. Can we move to page 5? Page 6. Yes, member for Nyamina West.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Questions on the statement. Now, number 15, my name carries initials JS. Thank you. And it's not there.
Number 15, it should read as Honorable Birom J.S. Shaw. On page 7, page 8, can we move to page 9? Page 10. Page 11. Page 12. Yes, member for Jara Central.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. On page 12, end of debate. The last paragraph there, end of debate.
That is page.
Yes, page 12.
Page 12.
Yes, the last paragraph there, where you have the subheading, end of debate. At the invitation of the Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Minister for Trade, Industry, and Regional Integration, employment is missing as the name of the ministry.
Okay.
It should be Regional Integration Employment.
The Minister for Trade,
Industry,
Regional Integration and Employment.
and Employment, yes.
The employment is missing after regional integration.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Chair of Trade. Page 14, page 13, rather. Page 14. Page 13, yes, member for Nyamina West. You withdraw. Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the record of votes and proceedings of the National Assembly sitting of Tuesday, 17 September 2024 be approved with amendments. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. Ayes have it. Clerk, we may proceed.
Corrections for oral answers.
Honorable members, as per the order paper and order 41 sub 1 of the standing orders, today is questions for oral answers. Furthermore, as a reminder, clause 43 of the standing orders limited supplementary questions to 7 in total. 2 for the honorable member asking the questions and 5 among other members. Therefore, we will proceed with the honorable ministers scheduled today to give their oral answers. Thank you. Clerk, we may proceed, please.
Corrections for oral answers. The Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs, International Cooperation and Gambians Abroad.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister for Foreign Affairs, International Cooperation and Gambians Abroad. Please take the podium, sir. Questions for which due notices were given to the Honorable Minister for Foreign Affairs, International Cooperation and Gambian Abroad by Honorable Members for oral reply. Question number 212 of 2024 by the Honorable Member for Latikunda Sabiji.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Minister, thank you for coming. Honorable Speaker, due to lack of performance and disgraceful conduct of the staff of our various embassies around the world, could the Honorable Minister for Foreign Affairs, International Cooperation and Gambians Abroad inform this August Assembly whether his ministry will consider developing a code of conduct with all its ambassadors?
Honorable Speaker, I'm pleased to inform this.
Honorable Speaker, point of order.
There's point of order by the member for Opinion.
Honorable Speaker, Order 38, admissibility of question. Order 38, admissibility of the question. C. A question shall not contain agreement, inferences, opinion, imputation, epithets, or tendentious, ironical, offensive expression, or hypothetical matters. Honorable Speaker, this particular question, the way the Honorable Member asked it, is not how they call it. It doesn't match with the particular order of the standing order. Because the word the Honorable Member used is disgraceful conduct. He could have simply asked the conduct. But the word disgraceful, to me, this particular question should not be admitted and should not be asked. Thank you.
Order, honorable members. Honorable members, you know, there are procedures and processes that, of course, led to where we are today. And among them was admissibility of questions. Of course, Order 39 of the standing orders. And then us as speakers, of course, it is all judged, and we determine which question to admit or not. And once questions are admitted by the Honorable Speaker, the Office of the Clerk sends, of course, through the table office, send those questions to ministers. So in short, these questions was, of course, accepted and admitted by the Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, please proceed and provide answers.
Honorable Speaker, I'm pleased to inform this August Assembly that my ministry is currently preparing several policies and regulatory documents aimed at providing the appropriate laws and regulations for its staff at headquarters and the foreign missions. These include the Foreign Service Bill, Foreign Service Regulations, the Posting Policy, Scheme of Service, Foreign Service Strategy, Foreign Service Manual, and Code of Conduct. Honorable Speaker, the policy documents such as the Scheme of Service for the Foreign Ministry have been completed and approved by the Public Service Commission in 2022. Other policy documents such as the Foreign Service Regulations and Foreign Service Bill are completed and yet to be validated, whilst the Manual and Code of Conduct are at the drafting stage and are expected to be completed soon. Honorable Speaker, it is imperative to emphasize that all the appointments made in the Foreign Service are based on the expectation that the concerned persons should be well comported and their actions fully dictated by the existing rules, regulations, and the dignified customs of the civil service. The Foreign Service does not exist in a legal vacuum, as in addition to the existing Foreign Service regulations, there are the general orders and financial regulations. They set the overarching regulatory parameters guiding the actions and behavior of Foreign Service staff at headquarters and overseas missions, including the officers from the other ministries and departments. It is therefore not acceptable that a Foreign Service staff member should behave in a manner that transgresses the rules and regulations of the civil service, particularly when they are posted in our overseas missions. It is for this reason that the ministry, where it is confirmed that a diplomat behaves dismally against existing rules and regulations, takes strong and swift punitive measures against the concerned person, as evidenced by the recent incidents. Honorable Speaker, I also take this opportunity to highlight the important work and sacrifice of the hardworking members of the Foreign Service of the Gambia. The majority of the Foreign Service staff have been steadfast in the discharge of their mandates and honoring the expectations attributed to their unique positions, particularly in responding to the concerns of our citizens and playing the necessary facilitative and coordinative roles for our development partners to complement the efforts of government in implementing our development agenda. Therefore, the untoward actions of a few members of the Foreign Service are not the full depiction of the behaviors typical of most of the members of our Foreign Service.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for your response. Honorable Minister, rather. Honorable Minister, in diplomatic procedure, it is always the sending states that we have immunity in case of misconduct and crime. How does your ministry process diplomatic immunity with regards to issues of misconduct?
Well, if the request comes to the ministry from the recipient country, the receiving country, asking for the diplomatic immunity to be waived, we look at the request and decide to grant it or not. Because sometimes when you waive the diplomatic immunity of the diplomat, it can become embarrassing. So sometimes in order to avoid such kind of situation, you rather recall the person involved, and deal with it with the person when he is back at home. But a country cannot unilaterally lift the diplomatic immunity of a diplomat. You have to ask our permission.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, under your watch and appointments made under your hand, we have seen several of those misconducts. What further steps are taken to make those responsible, to make them accountable? What further steps have you taken, besides only recalling them?
Well, besides recalling them, some of them are no longer with the Foreign Service. That's because they are part of the civil service. We cannot get them out of the civil service, but we can also advise for them not to join the Foreign Service anymore, because when they brought embarrassment to the country, I think it's only our duty to advise for them not to be in the Foreign Service anymore, because they represent the Gambia. It's the face of the Gambia, the image of the country that is at stake. And sometimes I think in many countries when such things happen, they themselves will ask to leave the Foreign Service, which is not always the case here. So we have to take our responsibility and remove them from the Foreign Service.
I now give the floor to the member for Kiang West.
Honorable Minister, as highlighted in your response, that someone having caused shame on our country and have sent a bad signal to the image of our country. Do you think recall is enough for dealing with those individuals?
That question is inadmissible. Because you are seeking the minister's personal opinion on those.
For enabling answering the first question, just like the way everybody does. Honorable Minister, what yardstick or criteria do your ministry use in identifying people for diplomatic visa? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Honorable Minister, Honorable Member for Lower Body, you can put up a substantive question for that. Honorable Member for Fuladu West, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Well, Honorable Minister, some time ago, some diplomats were recalled by the government. What is the fate of those diplomats who were recalled?
I'm not sure whether the Honorable Minister's mic was on. We can't hear you.
Yes, I said some time ago, some diplomats were recalled by the government. What is the fate of those diplomats who were recalled?
Do I have to answer the question of Lower Body also?
No.
Okay.
Only this one, the latest one.
Okay. No, I can answer it after with the Badi. Well, thank you, Honorable Member for Upper Fuladu West. Our duty, once we recall them, is to put them at the disposal of the civil service, and the onus is on the those responsible to place them wherever they want. Our duty is just to recall them, and when we feel that they are not deemed fit to join us, we put them at the disposal of the public service, civil service.
Member for Opanyomi, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. Honorable Minister, is it true that your staffs at the embassies are not performing and they are disgracefully...
Speak up a bit louder.
Yes. Honorable Speaker, thank you. Honorable Minister, is it true that your staffs are not performing and they are, conducting, the staffs are disgracefully performing their jobs all over the world in the embassies? Is it true?
Well, the greater majority of the staff are doing their work to the best of their abilities.
On a member, it looks like your question was asked and fully answered. I'm not sure. Can you repeat your question, please?
Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Member asked a question. Due to lack of performance and disgraceful conduct of staffs of various embassies around the world. That's what he asked the Honorable Minister. And I'm asking the Honorable Minister, is this true that his staffs at the embassies are not performing at all? And are they disgracefully conducting the way and the manner they should do their job at the embassies throughout the world? That's what the Honorable Member asked. I just want him to verify. Is it true? All the embassies are behaving the same like that.
Order. Point of order. Speaker, point of order.
Honorable members, that question was fully answered by the Honorable Minister. Member for Talending Kunyang, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister gave a succinct answer. It is true, we agree that the conduct of few do not depict the hard-working job of most of the people in the embassy, and that answers the just previous question.
You had your answer.
You've mentioned that the staff of the foreign affairs are not only bound by ethics and conduct of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, but also the civil service itself. Now, when you recall them, you said that some of them, the punishment you've levied maybe to remove them from the civil service. But they've also committed an offense to remove them from foreign affairs. But you said they are bound by the civil service conduct again. Should there not be another step to ensure that that conduct that they have failed, they have flouted in this code of civil service should be punishable?
I think that's the responsibility of the civil service to deal with them. Once we recall them, if they have enough evidence against them, because this country also is governed by laws. You cannot just wake up and punish the person. You have to have evidences and prosecute the person. If not, you end up paying the damages to the person, even if he has done something wrong. Everything has to be guided by the law.
Question number 213 of 2024 by the Honorable Member for Upper Salom. Huh? I'm told that he authorized the member for Nyani to read on his behalf. And, Nyani Jan. I don't know. This one is telling me Nyani. From my table is telling me Nyani Jan. Yeah, what I have here, Upper Salum Nyani Jan. Nyamina Dankunku Lower Salum. Janjambure Lower Salum. Banjul Central, Banjul North. Banjul South, Banjul North. That's what I have here. Member for Nyanija. We will read on his behalf.
Thank you.
Question number 213 of 2024 by the Honorable Member for Upper Salum. And the member for Nyanija will read on his behalf.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Minister for Foreign Affairs, International Cooperation and Gambians Abroad confirm whether the Gambia will sign the African Union Treaty on the establishment of the African Medicines Agency, protocols on amendment to the protocol on the status of the African Court of Justice and Human Rights, protocol to the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, on the rights of the older persons, the statute of the African Minerals Development Center, statute of the Pan-African Intellectual Property Organization, and the African Charter on the Values and Principles of Public Service and Administration. Thank you.
Honorable Speaker, over the years, the Gambia has signed and ratified OAU-AU treaties established by the African Union. Many of the treaties are centered about human rights, such as the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, which is almost on the verge of attaining the status of universal ratification. Of the 69 treaties, the Gambia has signed 39 and ratified and deposited to the African Union Commission 33 of the signed treaties. Based on the decisions of the policy organs of the African Union, 9 of the OAU-AU treaties do not require signature or ratification for a member state of the African Union to become a state party. However, some important treaties have neither been signed nor ratified by the Gambia, and they are the following. 1. Statute on the Pan-African Intellectual Property Organization. 2. Statute of the African Minerals Development Center. 3. African Union Treaty on the establishment of the African Medicines Agency. 4. Lome Charter, African Charter on Maritime Security, Safety and Development in Africa. 5. Protocol on amendment to the Protocol of the Statute of the African Court of Justice and Human Rights. 6. African Union Convention on Cross-Border Cooperation. 7. Road Safety Charter. 8. Protocol to the establishment of the African Monetary Fund. 9. Additional protocol to the OAU General Convention on General Privileges and Immunities. 10. Protocol to the African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the Rights of Older Persons. 11. Protocol to the African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. The following are also treaties signed but not ratified by the Gambia. 1. Protocol to the treaty establishing the African Economic Community relating to free movement of persons, right of residence, right of establishment. 2. The African Charter on the Values and Principles of Public Service and Administration. 3. The African Union Convention on Cybersecurity and Personal Data Protection. 4. Protocol to the OAU Convention on the Prevention and Combating of Terrorism. 5. Protocol on the African Investment Bank. 6. Convention for the establishment of the African Center for Fertilizer Development. 7. Constitution of the Association of African Trade Promotion Organization. The above-mentioned treaties carry significant human, technical, educational, security, and economic opportunities for the Gambia. And it is on this basis that the Gambia's permanent mission to the African Union consistently conveyed letters through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs since 2021 for the relevant ministries to facilitate the completion of the necessary domestic processes for the outstanding treaties to be signed, ratified, and deposited to the African Union Commission. As with most domestic normative frameworks, the constitutional provisions and the rules of procedure of the National Assembly provide a requisite forum for the entering of international agreements through which the country can collectively adopt policies and positions on a wide variety of issues. Although the signing and ratification of a treaty require the critical reflection of the line ministry responsible for the feasibility and practicality of its implementations and the responsibilities stipulated therein, the African Union treaties mentioned above provide the requisite institutional framework for advancing the achievement of development-related goals across the continent. This provides the normative and legal mechanism through which member states, including the Gambia, can foster greater social and economic integration while simultaneously catalyzing enhanced peace and security, poverty reduction, and the attainment of the Sustainable Development Goals. Honorable Speaker, the realization of these goals requires that the treaties be signed, ratified, and implemented by the respective ministries dealing with the supervision and implementation of their technical issues within the scope of their coverage. We therefore urge the respective ministries to consider signing the outstanding treaties, examine the constitutional and legislative procedures for their ratification, and seek to address the challenges impeding the expeditious ratification of ones already signed.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. That was a very comprehensive response. But on the ones that are already signed, which I will single out the Charter on the Values and Principles of Public Service Administration, which was signed in 2011 by the Gambia, and which is yet to be ratified. Likewise, the Charter on Medicine Agency, which is yet to be signed. What is your take on these two? The ones that are signed and this will bring for ratification, and then the ones that are yet to be signed. Thank you.
Well, Honorable Member for Ninyanija, I think we'll continue to engage the technical ministries because the onus is on them to complete the process.
Thank you very much. What about the issue of ratification? I think some of them should be brought by your ministry.
After scrutiny by the Ministry of Justice, whatever is brought to our ministry will submit it to the National Assembly for ratification.
Member for Latikunda Sabi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, we know some of these treaties, they have potential to affect our domestic rules, regulations, and laws. Can you explain to the National Assembly how these treaties align to your ministry's foreign policy goal? Thank you very much.
Honorable Member for Latrikunda Sabi, once we, as country, we enter into an agreement and sign a document that is an African Union document, we deem it important to do so because we know that it will serve the best interests of the country and the continent in general. So whatever is done, we do it with the support of our mission in Addis Ababa. And for your information, whatever we sign, we look at it as an African group, even at the level of the United Nations, because most of our missions don't have the capacity to scrutinize all these documents. So we have always a core of African group experts who look at it, and when we realize that it's in the best interest of the country or the continent, we'll join the process.
Thank you. Member
But
for
when it's in
US.
contradiction, of course, with our foreign policy, we will not sign it.
Member for Opofolo West, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you so much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me a chance again. Honorable Minister, in a short note, all these treaties mentioned, what benefit will our country, Gambia, derive after signing, the remaining treaties? What benefit are we going to derive when we sign these treaties?
I think the Honorable Member for Upper Fuladu West, I mean, all the treaties have their own merits. And Gambia being a small country.
Fuladu West, your mic. Put up your mic.
Gambia being a small country, when it comes to size, it's always in our best interest to take advantage of things that are done at the global level so that we can benefit from the expertise of other countries and learn from their good practices. Because we all know that we have a lot of capacity gaps in small countries, and this is, you become part of a network where you can, it's all benefits for the Gambia.
Question number 214 of 2024 by the Honorable Member for Lower Badibu.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, would the Honorable Minister for Foreign Affairs, International Cooperation and Gambians Abroad inform this August Assembly whether there are plans by the Ministry to evacuate stranded Gambians in Tunisia, Niger, and Libya to the Gambia? Thank you.
Honorable Speaker, the Gambia is a country of origin, transit, and destination for migrants. However, factors driving migration in the sub-region include high youth unemployment, climate change, and instability. Irregular migration, particularly of Gambian youth, has been a major challenge, with many undertaking dangerous journeys to Europe. The International Organization for Migration, IOM, through the support of our traditional development partners, continues to complement the government efforts to assist Gambian nationals stranded along the western and central Mediterranean routes to Europe, particularly those who requested to be returned home. Gambians trafficked abroad who seek to return home are also assisted. From January to May 2024, the number of Gambian stranded migrants who were supported by government to voluntarily return home was 1,718, of which 982 were from Tunisia, 433 from Niger, and 303 from Libya.
Thank you very much. Are these stranded Gambians identified in each of the said countries? Presently, those who are stranded in Libya, Tunisia, and of course, Niger. Thank
you. We usually send teams, and with the help of IOM, and sometimes the immigration, we identify them before we can take any action. In fact, if they are not identified as Gambians, there is not much we can do.
Thank you. Member for Talending Kunjang, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for that effort to return the Gambians that are willing to come back. And sometimes, most of the time, the people who go on this clandestine journey, it's difficult to know how much. And even sometimes when catastrophe happens, we don't actually know how many Gambians perish their life. And as it is now, when you've known the number that have decided to return willingly, but there are still remnants of them there. Through your missions, were you able to assess how many Gambians are in each of these countries that you have mentioned that are still remaining there? Maybe they don't want to come back, but you actually know through your ministry that we have this amount of numbers in each of them.
Honorable Member for Talending Kunjang, this is a very difficult task because most of the backway boys, when they go, they even get rid of their documents. So it's very difficult. Usually they identify themselves only when they are in serious difficulties. And sometimes even when you go to identify them, they refuse to disclose that they are from the Gambia. It's very challenging. And sometimes when people die, some of their relatives will send the documents, and with the help of IOM, we use forensic to confirm whether this is actually the person or not, and then we inform the families. But the director responsible for the diaspora and migration is a very active lady who is constantly in touch with families whenever they approach her. And that was the case also with her predecessor, who was very proactive. Yeah. We understand that most of the time these are people in families where they have a lot of psychological trauma. Unfortunately, the situation is that there is not much we can do when people refuse to reveal that they are Gambians. Yeah.
Member for Kiang West, you have the floor.
Honorable Minister, from your response, I have not heard you talked about Morocco and that of Mali. Don't you have Gambians on the illegal journey who are stranded in those two countries, Morocco and Mali, and they're willing to come back?
Honorable Minister, that is not part of the question.
Now, we are talking about illegal journey, of course.
Member for Same, you have the floor.
Honorable, if you want to rule all my questions out, this is not about that. Please, let's be serious about the work. This is not the first question. The first question you ruled out.
Member for Same, you have the floor. Same, go ahead. Yes, Same, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. Honorable Minister, I just want to know what kind of support did your ministry give to this stranded Gambian that comes to the Gambia?
Well, apart from the psychological support, it's very difficult to give any kind of support once they are here. We don't have a budget for that. I will give you a case in point where we use our own resources to help our students who came from Sudan when the war broke out. With the help of one of our honorary council, we quickly evacuated them to Port Sudan. And then with the help of the Saudi government, they took them to Saudi Arabia. And that's when the ministry intervened with the support of finance to provide tickets for them to come back home. And when they came back home, we used our personal resources, not even from the ministry, to give each of them $5,000. That's not from government, that's not from Ministry of Finance, from anyone, but we at the ministry, I led it, we all contributed and we gave each of them $5,000 to go.
Member for Lower Salem, you have the floor. Member for Banjul North. Honorable members, honorable members, we are guided by rules of procedures and laws. Most importantly, our rules of procedures is guided by our standing orders, which is our constitution here. And whatever we do must be based on law. And among a host of issues and matters, it regulates our behaviors as members of parliament, in chambers, in committees, and the role and responsibilities of the speaker. And today we are on questions. Member for Lower Salem, please, and Basse, please, maintain order. And when you read question number 43, order 43.4, it reads, a supplementary question shall not be in order if it introduces matters not included in the original question and the answers provided. For the avoidance of doubt, whether a supplementary question is within remit shall be determined on answering by the Vice President, Minister, or member answering questions on behalf of the Assembly Authority. Honorable members must be serious with their work. The member for Kiang West is known for unruly behaviors and disruption of the Parliament. And we are all guided by the law. His supplementary questions was talking about Mali and Morocco. And the original questions is talking about Tunisia, Niger, and Libya. Every member of parliament and himself knew his question was out of order. And it is the duty and responsibility of every member of parliament or the speaker or the chair. If members are out of order, members can draw attention of the Speaker or the Chair, or the Speaker himself can draw the member who is on floor that he or she is out of order. And because you don't read or you don't know your standing order, and you are called to order, you must not be angry or you must not be sentimental. You must know that we are doing this because of our constitutional responsibility and mandate as members and as speakers. As such, we must stop from our behavior in such a manner depicting of members who are only here to show off and to play the gallery, which is not good. And then when decisions are made against you in accordance with the law, you behave in a manner that is not befitting of a member of parliament. We want members to avoid that. We have a lot of legal procedures and processes that we can use to discipline members or to act otherwise, but we are not doing that because we want every member to participate. So I want the members to take note and to avoid such. Thank you. Question number 320 of 2024 by the Honorable Member for Brikama North and the Minority Leader. I'm told that he have asked the member for Serekunda West to read on his behalf.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Minister for Foreign Affairs, International Cooperations and Gambians abroad give a list of Gambians who had traveled or attempted to travel to Europe through the irregular migration by bagway and have either landed in Europe or not, and the confirmed dates on the way from 1st January 2021 to 31st August 2024. Thank you.
Honorable Speaker, it is important to note that gathering precise data on irregular migration is a complex task, given the clandestine nature of such movements and the involvement of various transit routes, often managed by informal networks. The Ministry, in collaboration with relevant international organizations, such as the International Organization for Migration, IOM, the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees, UNHCR, and other partners, is committed to monitoring these migratory flows, documenting cases and tracing missing persons where possible. However, due to the high risk and illegal nature of irregular migration, compiling an exact list of individuals who have embarked on these journeys is challenging. Many migrants do not register their departures, and the routes they take often bypass official migration channels, making tracking difficult. Despite these challenges, the Ministry is working diligently to gather as much relevant data as possible to respond comprehensively to this request. Regarding confirmed deaths, the Ministry works closely with international organizations and foreign missions to identify Gambians who have tragically lost their lives en route to Europe. We continue to coordinate efforts to trace missing persons and help families where possible. Considering the complexity of this request, we kindly ask for your understanding that the Ministry will require additional time to consolidate the necessary data from our partners and foreign missions. Rest assured that this issue is of utmost importance to the Ministry, and we are committed to providing information regarding Gambians involved in irregular migration.
Thank you. Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Minister inform this House what measures the ministry or by extension the government at large have in terms of addressing this illegal migration, because it is a known fact that it is taking a toll on the lives of our youths, which are future leaders of the country. Thank you.
Well, at this stage, Honorable Member for Serekunda West, what the government is doing is to try as much as possible to make sure that we stop people from going. And the security apparatus are very much involved in that. But as we all know, we call them the bagway boys and girls. Sometimes even family members are not aware of their plans. It's only, as I said, when they are in difficulties that government will be approached. And we've seen situations where people stranded in neighboring countries like Mauritania, Morocco, and other places will ask for support from government. But we don't even have that budget. And usually we contact those countries to come to our rescue. And we have also very dynamic honorary consuls who are not being paid, by the way, who are doing their work pro bono, as in the case of Mali, who will go out of his way to use his own resources to help them to come back. And there is no one family that is not affected by this situation. And unfortunately, the partners have been saying it all the time that we need together to work together to address this issue, because we are the biggest victims, because it's our young, valid, ambitious young people who are going. These are not criminals. They are just going because they think that the pastures are greener on the other side, which sometimes is not the reality. But I must commend many goodwill Gambians who have been very supportive in helping us, sometimes even in the repatriation of some of these people. Not to mention someone like Hamidou Dia of Jah Oil. And it will also be remiss of me if I don't mention the pivotal role played by a Gambian working with the UN in Sudan. Is hailed from Jokadu, Dr. Abu Jain. When the UN was evacuating the team, he refused to join them. He stayed behind at his own risk, under the bombs and everything, to help evacuate all the Gambians to Port Sudan. And I think people like this need to be acknowledged and commended for their patriotism.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. No further question. Thank you, Honorable Member for Serekunda West. The member for Upper Fuladu West.
Well, thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, what is your ministry's greatest challenge on irregular migration? What is your ministry's greatest challenge on irregular migration?
I will not say my ministry's greatest challenge, but the society's greatest challenge. One, we have to create opportunities for our young ones to stay here. Two, we have to sensitize people that the roads of Europe are not paved with gold. And this is very difficult to do. Three, lack of resources. Because when people are stranded, they expect government to take care of them, to support them. But when they were going, they didn't ask for the permission of government. And I always say that based on the principle of equity, once we start it, we have to do it for all the Gambians stranded abroad. Do we have the resources? No. So I think this is a challenge not only to my ministry, but to the whole government and to the society as a whole.
Member for Kiang West, you have the floor.
Honorable Minister, has your ministry attempted to account for the death of the Gambian migrants through the Bagwe from January to date? If you have, what are these countries and the number you've accounted for?
Thank you, Honorable Member for Kiang West. As I said in my answer, it's a complex exercise, and we do not have an accurate figure when it comes to that. But I can assure you that we'll try to compile what we have. But that will not be a reflection of the reality. Because you have the missing people, we have boat that disappear for a year, and we have no information about it. The families have been coming, and they are nowhere to be traced. So this is a very difficult and challenging exercise, but we'll endeavor to try to get what is available and share it with the public.
Member for Opanyomi, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, you said in your answer that gathering data on illegal immigration, is very difficult due to its clandestine nature, and your ministry require an additional time. How soon can you provide this information to this August Assembly? Thank you.
Well, I think as soon as the next session, we can provide what we have. But is it accurate? No. Because as you said, it's illegal migration. And most of them, as I said earlier, they don't even want to identify themselves as Gambians. And some of the people, you don't even know where exactly they are. They only call you when they are stranded. I have our own people. You are from Opanyomi, my uncle is from there. I have two of my cousins who are trying to go to Europe, who died on their way to Europe in Niger. And they only reach out when they face challenges. So it's a difficult situation for all of us.
Member for Latikunda Sabiji, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, we will all agree every Gambian irregular migrated or who has regularly migrated or documented or undocumented, as far as it is outside the borders of the Gambia, all falls under your ministry. Tell us what support your ministry through the UN organization were giving to the survivors of these migrant deaths, or those of them who must have experienced a very traumatic events during the journey.
No, I think we can answer the question. Member for Latrikuda Savi. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, we've been engaging the partners to have something, a center to deal with psychological trauma, which is yet to happen. This is part of the requirements with the EU, because you cannot bring people and they find themselves destitute with a lot of mental challenges. I always say to them that when these people were going, they were healthy, young people, and they return as people with mental issues. So it's important for the partners to support. Government also should take the lead in this. For the missions to support them, it's very challenging because the budget they have for welfare, it's, sorry to say, but very small. I'd say peanuts, but it's very small. So there is not much they can do. And in all our missions, you will see ambassadors, the staff, digging from their pocket to help these migrants. And sometimes they take it as a right, not knowing that these people are doing because they are brothers and sisters helping them. So I think this also should be recognized to see. But even if we augment the budget, this is a challenging situation that we can really not deal with it by using only money. But we have to engage in very effective sensitization for people who are about to go, who are planning to go, and for people who have come back.
Member for Lower Salon.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving the floor. Honorable Speaker, I can also attest to what the Minister is saying, that ambassadors dig their pocket and give to immigrants. But, Honorable Minister, are you ready in 2025 budget to bring a budget line sort of like this to address issues?
Well, I know my team has been receiving a lot of requests from our different missions, and they will factor it in the budget. Now, whether it will pass, that's another challenge. Yeah, and once again, I want to commend here our diplomatic staff for helping them. And sometimes, you know, they will even help them, trying to bring them back, and they will all disappear in the thin air again. I know one time they brought a bus from people who were intercepted in Bur, taken to Dhaka, wanted to bring them, but after some time they all disappeared. So it's a very challenging situation. That's why I put emphasis on the sensitization, and that we have to do it together with the partners.
Honorable Minister for Foreign Affairs, International Cooperation and Gambians abroad, we thank you sincerely for those answers provided to this August Assembly, and thank you so much. You may leave now. Thank you. Clerk, you may proceed.
Questions for oral answers by the Honorable Minister of Finance and Economic Affairs.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister for Finance and Economic Affairs. You may take the podium. Questions for which due notices were given to the Honorable Minister for Finance and Economic Affairs by honorable members for oral reply. Question number 292 of 2024 by the honorable member for Banjul South. And he has authorized the member for Banjul North to read on his behalf.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, on behalf of the member for Banjul South, Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Minister for Finance and Economic Affairs update this August Assembly on the agreement signed by Africa 50 to govern the management of the Senegambia Bridge under the Asset Recycling Program? How much has been paid and what it has been used for thus far?
Honorable Speaker and honorable members of the August Assembly and honorable member for Banjul South, the government of the Gambia has signed the concession agreement with Transgambia Company Limited. The Transgambia Company Limited is a special purpose vehicle incorporated in the Gambia, and its shareholders are the government of the Gambia 12.5% and Africa 50 87.5%. The management and operations of the bridge is the responsibility of the Transgambia Company Limited. As of today, the government of the Gambia has received 15.5 million in respect of the first tranche of the asset recycling program compensation. And the funds were recently received and lodged at the central bank in a ring-fenced account.
I think that's...
Member for Latikunda Sabiji.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, in engineering economics, we define asset recycling, that is those infrastructures that have outlined their usefulness or they are no more economical to keep. We recycle for revenue, for infrastructure improvement, or for both. What is your government's definition about asset recycling? And do you have some assets that you want to recycle in the future? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, honorable member for Latikunda Savage.
Honorable member, honorable minister, his question is in, is out. Can you please wait? Can you please?
Yeah, the second part is because whether your ministry have intention to further recycle any asset in this country. My concern is Give me your government's definition about asset recycling. Thank you.
Honorable Member for Latrikunda Savage, asset recycling definition is not the Gambia government's definition. The asset recycling is globally used in international finance to what they call you get forward your cash flows that you are expecting from cash flow generating assets, not disused assets. Disused asset, when you let go of them, is called a disposal. Asset recycling is an asset-backed security which is globally used everywhere, Australia, US, Canada, and Italy, everywhere. So we are not making our own definition. We are working with a global partner where we are all subscribing to global definition of asset recycling. Thank you.
Member for Lower Salem, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, Section 79, subsection 1C of the 1997 Constitution. The negotiation and subject to ratifications by the National Assembly, the conclusions of treaties and other international agreements. Basically, my questions goes to the agreement that was done, you and Africa 50. But we know Africa 50 is an international body. It was not should be ratified by the Parliament or your ministry.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker and Honorable Member for Lower Salem. Africa 50 is an international organization, but it's not an international body as far as Gambia is concerned. The ratification instrument of Africa 50 has been passed in this National Assembly, and Gambia is a member of Africa 50. So agreements between Gambia and Africa 50 are not international treaties. They are domicile treaties, and that's why the transaction is a domicile transaction called a Senegambia Transgambia Company, which is incorporated in the Gambia. The concession agreement is not an international agreement. Thank you.
Question number. That's all. Upper Fuladu West, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you so much. In a simple explanation, Honorable Minister, under this asset recycling program with Africa 50, what benefits will government gain?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker and Honorable Member for Upper Fuladu West. It is for those benefits why government went into this. As we speak right now, we all know the toll facility is not professionally managed. As we speak, we were even given information about the engineering condition of the bridge. Right now, based on the initial studies that was done by Africa 50, lorries plying the route are not weight controlled, and the bridge is undergoing a lot of suppression of weights. And based on the engineering studies, which form the appraisal of the transaction, at this rate, the bridge would have even served less than its expected useful life. What Africa 50 will bring in is professional management of the bridge. There will be an insurance cover for the bridge, and there will be professionally tool systems where today, as we speak, whatever revenue we get from the bridge is the number we get. There is no traffic count. What the Africa 50 system will introduce is an automated traffic count of all movements, whereby you can reconcile the revenue against the traffic count. So, and all the other benefits that form the basis. We are also pleased to mention that Africa 50 is a subsidiary of the African Development Bank. And the African Development Bank is a partner that has given this bridge as grant to the Gambia government. The fact that we are now able to realize some cash flow upfront is another financial benefit of this transaction. Thank you.
Section number 293 of 2024.
Honorable is 5.
Who is that?
Is 5 Supplementary Coxon.
Honorable Member for Lower Salem, you are out of order. Question number 293 of 2024 by the Honorable Member for Nyamina Danku. And he authorized the member for Lower Salem to read on his behalf.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving it. Honorable Speaker, could the Minister for Finance and Economic Affairs provide this August Assembly with the detailed procurement process for the purchase of the 100 vehicles for the OIC Summit in 2024? The criteria used for selecting the vehicles, the total expenditures, and how will these vehicles be utilized in the post-OIC Summit? Thank you.
Honorable Speaker and Honorable Member for Nyamina Dankunku, read by the Honorable Member for Lower Salem. I thank the Honorable Member for the question, but before I delve into the question proper, I would like to make certain clarifications. The actual number of vehicles purchased were 89, not 100. So that's a point of correction. The detailed procurement process is as follows. Instead of an open tender, because of the time pressure, we decided to enter into a restricted tender, which was approved by GPPA. Bids were received from Sabin A. Madi, TK Motors, Espas Motors, Quantum Net, Asata Motors, Lanza Motors, and Cornerstones. All bids were open and the bid prices were announced in the presence of the bidders' representatives. The bids were evaluated based on price and technical specification and scored by a committee. Espas Motors, that's Quantum Net, won the first lot, while TK Motors won the second lot. Due to reassessment of the VIP needs and consideration for cost, the OIC board advised for a change of specification as follows. Lot 1, 60 Toyota Land Cruiser VXR, total cost 7.4 million euros. Lot 2, 21 Prado VX, total cost 1,340,900. 6 Mercedes-Benz S-Class, 1,044,000, and 2 Mercedes-Benz vans at 170,000 euros. Lot 1 was negotiated and awarded to Espas Motors, while Lot 2 went under protracted negotiation with TK Motors. At the end, we could not agree on terms, that is the concession sought by TK Motors could not be agreed upon. And as a result, Lot 2 was awarded to Espas Motors. The total value of the contract for the 89 vehicle was 9,996,000 euros. Criteria used for selecting the vehicles were primarily based on technical specification to ensure performance and comfort to suit the occasion as well as after-sales service. These are year vehicle 2023-2024, tank capacity 80 liters minimum, delivery schedule within 1 month of the contract sign date, model presidential, color black, torque 500 millimeter minimum, horsepower 367 horsepower, etc. Also that the purchase of the vehicles were based on the market availability due to shipping lead times as we drew closer to the summit. Please note that the usage and allocation of the vehicles post-OIC is with the government controller, who is in charge of vehicle management. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. We know 89 was bought, but initially 100 was taken to procure. But nonetheless, Honorable Minister, where does this source come from? Yes, the financing of this 89 vehicle, the source, the money, I mean. Where does it come from?
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Lower Salem. These transactions were within a very short time deadline, and this was not budgeted for. It was not contained in the 2024 budget. So we went to ECOWAS Bank for Investment and Development in West Africa, EBID, and they approved a loan financing of $15 million to finance this transaction. Unfortunately, their financing terms are not concessionary. That means the interest is not a concessional term. We could not use that. So we had to ask the supplier to pre-finance these vehicles. As we speak, we have not even paid more than 20% of the value of these vehicles yet. So the supplier has pre-financed these vehicles. And at the time of the summit, $0 or dollar was paid to the supplier. The supplier 100% financed the vehicles, and we were able to use it for the summit. First payment only came in about 2 months ago, which was $120 million. So we owe the supplier balances on these supplies. Thank you.
Honorable Minister, you paid 20% of this refinance. Where do you get that fund from? Of paying this?
Well, thank you very much. That's a very good question. I thought you done.
Yes. What I'm trying to say, allow me to finish my question. Yes, we have passed the 2024 budget, and this money was not budgeted for, and you get an agreement whereby you can pre-finance it. And only 20% was paid. How do you manage to pay this 20% of our national budget?
Thank you very much. What we did was we look at the vehicle budgets of all the MDAs and collapse them into one and use the proceeds of that to pay this 20% advance. It's within that category. Thank you. All the MDAs were consulted, and what happened is post the summit, some of the MDAs were allocated the vehicles from the OIC. Thank you.
Member for Latikunda Sabiji, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, you have mentioned a lot of money here. And for me, at one point, I was disconnected. Can you please supply the National Assembly the bid document and evaluation report in conformity with administrative compliance, technical compliance, and the financial compliance before the award of this contract? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. We have no objection to do so, as the documents are readily available at the Ministry.
Member for Sanementreng, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, all the arrangements that you've done to make sure that these vehicles are in place, is that the confinements of our law?
Yes, thank you very much. We have not been aware of any legal misdemeanors in this transaction, as it was led by the Director of Procurement and guided by the GPPA, and all the necessary procurement steps were followed. Thank you.
Member for Same, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. Honorable Minister, in your response, you mentioned that your ministry started pre-financing. When is the payment going to end?
Thank you, Honorable Member. We as a ministry did not pre-finance. It is the supplier that pre-finance. That means the supplier supplied the vehicle and we will pay them over time. And the payment terms are, we pay 20% now, and we will look into that for future budgets to complete the payments. Thank you.
Member for Banjul North.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, this is just going to be a follow-up. You did mention that you've already paid 20% of the pre-finance of the total cost, and you mentioned about 100 and something million, if I am right. What is the actual balance as far as this total cost is concerned? That is the 80% of the amount.
Thank you very much. The total cost for the entire transaction is 9,969,96,000 169,000. And what we paid was 120 million. I have not done the arithmetic, but certainly we can do the numbers. You convert 120 million into euros, and then you do a percentage of the 9.9 million. Thank you. Reasonably come to close to 20%. Yes.
Darrell, you have the floor.
You mentioned something like the purchase of these vehicles were urgent. I just want to know how was this urgent when the hosting of the OIC was known to us for years?
Thank you very much. That's a very useful question, because we were never expecting to buy the vehicles for the OIC. We were always thinking that we will have had donations of vehicles. But as the OIC was approaching, until almost March, we realized that until February, the government rose to, and in fact, this is not just about the vehicles. If you look at the entire organization of the OIC, we were of the view that we would have support to coordinate and manage the implementation of the OIC. But these supports did not come forward. That's why we waited until the very last minute when we had the decision that what we expected was not going to happen. That's when government rose to occasion to buy the vehicles. And when we submit the documents to this August Assembly, you'll see that this transaction started around February, March. Thank you.
Question number 294 of 2024 by the Honorable Member for Lower Salo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, could the Minister of Finance and Economic Affairs confirm to this August Assembly the proceeds of the credit facility in sections 4.01 of the agreement? $20 million has already been disbursed in the first tranches in January 2024, while the second tranche of $15 million is currently being processed and ready for disbursement soon. If yes, could the Minister provide documentation for the disbursement of these tranches of this credit facility?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker and Honorable Member for Lower Salo. Point of correction. This facility, the first tranche was disbursed, the second tranche was never processed for disbursement. So it's not true that the second tranche is being processed for disbursement. I'll make that clear. What happened, the first tranche was disbursed and the beneficiary, that is JA Oil, has fully paid the first tranche back and has said that he is no longer interested in the facility and returned the facility back to government. And we have returned the facility to the Ministry of Trade to invite the interested private sector operators to make a second bid. And that is the history of this transaction. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The Minister said it's not true. But in your response, can you please allow me?
I'm not sure if he has provided the document.
Yes, no.
The question was for him to provide the document.
Yes, but there was no documentation that was provided to me.
He was too generous, he went further to explain. When he was very generous, he went further to explain. The question was for him to provide documents. All right, you can go ahead, please.
Honorable Speaker, on the Minister's response, yeah, he said it's not true. The second tranche is not disbursed. But on his answer, my previous questions, If you permit me, let me ask. Honorable Speaker, could the Minister of Finance explain to this August Assembly how the $50 million credit facilities Badia was implemented and the purpose of this agreement between the government of the Gambia and Badia? In his response, Honorable Speaker, in response to these questions relating to this Badia trade credit facilities, could you like to inform this August Assembly that the financial was signed and alleviate the rising cost of basic essential commodities in the country, experienced between September and October 2022. The idea was to buy the bulk quantity of basic essential commodities from Africa or Arab countries for sample in the supply in the
Point of
market.
There is point of order.
Thank you very much. Honorable Speaker, I'm rising on order 43.3. The time taken to ask a supplementary question shall not be longer than 1 minute. I think the honorable member should just go ahead and ask the question rather than reading.
I think I ask your permission to read. I ask your permission to read and clear the air. If you don't want to walk, you go out. You walk, my brother. Please.
Honorable Speaker, I'm on a point of order. Point of order should be ruled and not the member alluding on anything here. He has to resume his seat until you make your ruling.
The member for Sabasanjal, the rules is that when you are on point of order also you should stand up. And he is right. Honorable member for Lower Salem, he was on a point of order. You were not expected to use your mic until I make my ruling. Order sustained, he's right. It cannot last more than a minute. Order, no, he have not seek permission to ask his question more than 1 minute. He sought permission to read. He have not, order please, order, he have not sought permission to extend time. He have not done that. Order sustained.
Honorable Speaker, this is why, because I know the rules.
Don't argue.
No, I am not arguing. Honorable, you make our case. We are here to represent our people, my friend. No. Please. I'm not here to represent you, Honorable Speaker. Please.
Okay, sit down, please.
No.
Honorable member for Lower Salem, I agree you are here to represent your people, like every other member. But you are guided by rules of procedures. No, don't use your mic yet. No, you see, these are two things. Seeking permission to read, which you did. You never sought permission to extend your time. Everybody's here, it's in the record. You've never did. You only sought permission to read. And I say, and I nodded, I said, go ahead. You have not sought permission for extension of time. And we all know time limit is 1 minute. You have been time. So please go ahead.
Let me just make the conclusion lastly. 40% of the funds utilized the first tranches of 20 million has been disbursed since 2024. The second tranche is 15 million is currently being processed with disbursement expected to disburse soon. This will be utilized of the finances of 70% of approvals. The 15, this is your answer. And you said it's not true whether the second is disbursed or not. But this was your answer. Honorable Speaker, why JAR Oil returned the facility?
Well, I'm not here to speak for JAR. I'm here to speak as a minister.
Honorable member for Lower Salem, you know very well you are entitled to one question. You ask your questions and he's answering. What is allowing you to lay down? What foundation or which pregnancy? Use your mic.
I said, why do you allow Jah? I'm exhausted from there. Of my mind.
Okay, finish. Okay.
Honorable Minister, why the facility was given to Jah and Jah returned when Jah was a potential person, a business person to get this facility done?
I think I owe this House transparency. The Honorable Member for Lower Salem has been asking me on this facility on 4 occasions. Yes, and if you have interest, our doors are open. When I brought this facility into this August Assembly, it was accompanied by the financing agreement. And no transaction about this facility is secret. This facility was transferred to the Ministry of Trade to work with the Business Committee to allocate. But for the interest of transparency, how Jah became the only supplier who fulfilled the conditions, I can read out to you. The facility fee was $500,000, which is 1%. Appraisal fee, 0.5%, $250,000. Legal fee, $20,000. Commitment fee, $45,138. Another commitment fee, $37,500. Other charges, $15,268. Total fees paid, which are non-refundable by Jah Oil, is $867,905. These are the fees in dollars. These are the fees that was put forward for every eligible participant to pay. Nobody came forward to pay this. Only Jah Oil paid. And that's why he was awarded the facility. There was no backdoor. These are transparent fees that Jah has paid directly. And on the first tranche, the interest cost associated with the first 20 million is $416,636. Making a total amount paid by Jah Oil on this facility to be $1,284,541. This is a financial transaction. There is no if or but. I will tell you one thing, Honorable Member. This country has a history of facilities coming in and certain private sector operators using and not paying, and the end government paying it. That should be history. We have extracted a corporate guarantee from Jah Oil. If Jah Oil has not paid this facility, we would have sold his company to pay it back. We had all those legal agreements. So it was not behind the scene or nepotism or any favoritism. Let's behave parliamentarian. Thank you.
I think the Honorable Minister, I want you to withdraw that. Let's behave as parliament. We don't do anything wrong. We are here to represent our people. I think before I proceed, let me withdraw that one, then we continue. Thank you.
Well,
that vote against him. Let him withdraw and we continue. Because, representing my people doesn't mean that how our behavior. Let him tell us.
Honorable Member, please sit down. When you make I was waiting for you to finish quarreling and you sit down. Please, Honorable Member, I know very well you are representing your people. And I know very well that your people have not asked you to come here and disobey parliamentary procedures and laws, understanding orders. That is why when you said that earlier, I said, yes, sit down. They send you here, you are representing them. But they have also asked you to come here and be orderly. You only use your mic when there is a need for you to use your mic. Now, Honorable Minister, we, in our standing orders, it is wrong to impute improper motive on members or on the Vice President and ministers while sessions are on. So the words, let's behave like parliamentary, or like parliamentarian, it may be, I always tell them, we don't have midwives here to help us deliver babies. So it is a pregnant ward, and I don't want any member to be using pregnant wards here because we don't have midwives to deliver them. So, Honorable Minister, the member feel that order, please, honorable members, order, please, order. The member feels that it's improper, and I so rule that you withdraw that word.
Honorable Speaker, I have no objection, but it's out of persistence. Thank you.
No, Honorable Minister, you withdraw on condition.
I have no objection, and I withdraw. Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Honorable. Okay.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Minister, yes, we are in the nation building, don't worry. This loan was given to Jah. Basically, he was the very person who is capable to unblock this loan facility barrier. And it was given to Jah. Honorable Minister, the same minister stood where you said, where you are standing. He said, even the contract, I have never seen the contract.
Which minister is that?
Trade Minister. The questions are here with me. I have to withdraw it.
Honorable member, it's just for clarity, for the record.
Yes, Trade Minister.
Go ahead, because there are a lot of ministers in cabinet. So you said the honorable minister stood there. So for clarity, that's why I asked.
Trade Minister said he has never and ever even seen the contract agreement between the barrier and the government of the Gambia. And today you also stood there, you said you only facilitated, and again the process implementation was done by Trade Minister. Can you please identify these two things? Whether what you are saying is right or the Trade Minister.
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much.
Wait. I didn't hear the last part of your question.
Honorable Speaker, I said whether the accurate information that was given to us by him or the Trade Minister, which one can we take?
I think I heard you say, did you say that whether him or the Trade Minister lying?
You didn't hear that. Well, what you hear that I said?
Honorable Member for Lower Salom, I'm asking you a question, whether yes or no. Simple. Did you say that?
You said you didn't hear it, and you're asking me.
Honorable Minister, Honorable Member for Lower Salom, did you tell the minister that whether him or Trade was lying?
No, I didn't say so.
Thank you. Honorable Minister, please respond.
That's my understanding. Because if you said, I came here, I said this, the Trade Minister said he doesn't see the agreement, then somebody must be lying. That's a fact. That's my imputation of this. There is nothing secret about this agreement. We shared this with the whole NAMS. We shared this with journalists. How would Trade be able to do the allocation when the Trade Ministry does not know how the facility works? The Trade Minister is guided by a permanent secretary. He's not supposed to work with agreements. So if the minister says he has not seen the agreement himself, does that make it invalid? No. The permanent secretary chaired the commission, the committee that awarded it. And the permanent secretary is the technical head of the ministry. So the minister's visual appreciation of the agreement to me is a non-issue. Thank you.
Member for Latikunda Sab, you have withdrawn. Member for Kiang West? Withdrawn. Question number 295 of 2024 by the Honorable Member for Upper Salom and the member for Nyani will read on his behalf.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the depreciation of the dollar against major foreign currencies like the United States dollar, CFA, and others is a concern. Could the Honorable Minister for Finance and Economic Affairs explain to this August Assembly the impact this has on the government's foreign loans portfolios and the current status of the loan portfolio?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I would like to inform the member from Upper Salum that the government contracts loans in different currencies. So far, the ministry has conducted an assessment to determine the depreciation impact of the individual currencies on the public debt as at end of December 2023. As of that period, the impact of the depreciation of the dollar on the foreign currency debt portion amounted to 7.56 billion out of the total loan stock of 110 billion as of December 2023. The evolution of the Gambian debt stock is as follows. In 2017, the new administration inherited an overdrawn TMA to the tune of 10.8 billion. This was debt in the system that was not recorded. This was subsequently securitized using a 30-year non-marketable bond of 30-year period. In 2018, the government also had the MOU to take over the liabilities of NAWEC and issued a 7-year NAWEC bond at market rate, which was 1.7 billion, to make the debt service payment. Also, there were confirmed debts to other parties to the tune of 2.4 billion. Total debt stock at the beginning of 2017 was 46 billion, the 30-year bond 10.8 billion, NAWEC bond 1.6 billion, confirmed debts 2.3 billion, and FX to 7.6 billion. So as a result, the net borrowing under the new dispensation came to 41.9 billion. And these debt net borrowings were to finance the following underlying projects: the new Batin Hardin Highway, Phase 1 of the University of the Gambia, the rehabilitation of the Banjul International Airport, construction of the VVIP launch at the Banjul International Airport, Gamtel Broadband Network, the Port Expansion Project, OMVG Interconnection Project, Gambia Renewable Energy Project, Banjul International Airport Project, roads in the Greater Banjul area, that's the OIC roads and the rural roads, the construction of the Basse and Brikama markets, and the rice value chain projects, among others. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for those answers. Looking at the major foreign currencies, is there any plans of controlling the flow of the CFA in the country?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. As you know, we follow a liberal open market exchange rate regime. So the exchange rate is as per the market forces. We do not have a controlled exchange rate regime. We follow the market rates and the exchange rate between the Gambia and different currencies as per the supply and demand and market forces. Thank you.
Thank you.
Member for Latikunda Sabaji, you have the floor. Come correct.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, you are probably the most indebted minister in West Africa. And I am very worried. Tell us how is your government managing...
Point of order. Honorable member. Honorable member. Please put off your mics, honorable members. Honorable members, please. I have said it earlier on, we must be serious in our work. He is not, do you know who he owed? Have the minister ever told you he owed someone? No, honorable member, you cannot do that. You cannot say that. Can you withdraw that?
Responsible for finance and economic affairs.
Please,
this is the minister that signs all the laws and grants on behalf of the government.
Honorable member, sit down, please. Honorable member, take your seat. Honorable member, please sit down. Honorable member, please sit down. Honorable member, please take your seat. Honorable member, can you withdraw that?
This statement is not imputing any improper motive on the Honorable Minister.
Honorable Member, I
It's
have...
not-
Honorable Member Folati Kunda Sabiji. Honorable Member Folati Kunda Sabiji, can you please withdraw that?
I said, why will I?
Honorable Member Folati. Honorable Member Folati Kunda.
Point of order, Honorable Speaker. Point of order.
Yes, can I hear that point of order?
I'm rising on order 39-2 and
Nominated member Fatou Jawara is on point of order. Can we hear that?
I'm rising on order 39-2, Honorable Speaker. Can I proceed?
Please go ahead.
Speaker's duties as to question 39-2. If the Speaker is of the opinion that any question which a member proposes to ask infringes the provision of the standing orders or is in any way an abuse of the right of questioning, he or she may, and B, that the question be allowed in such a form and with such alteration as he or she considers improper. So if the question is improper, the member asking a question can reframe the question and we continue with the proceeding.
Let me withdraw, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Member, you are disrupting proceedings.
Yeah, I'm withdrawing.
Take your seat. Take your seat, Honorable Member.
I shall withdraw.
Take your seat.
The instruction was I withdraw.
I have not given you the floor. Take your seat. I don't want members to continue to disrupting proceedings. Please stop that. You can only use the mic when you have my leave. Nominated member Fatou Jawara, order sustained. In fact, I did that already. And I'm going to give him last chance. Honorable Folati Kunda Sabiji, can you withdraw that statement?
I withdraw the statement and I start my statement. The government of the Gambia is the most indebted. Okay.
Honorable member Folati Kunda Sabiji, I am giving you last time. You must behave. Can you withdraw your statement unconditionally and allow me to give you the floor first?
I withdraw the statement. That's what I said, Honorable Speaker. And what do you want further? Thank you.
No, he's next. He's next. Yeah, member Folati Kunda Sabiji, you can have the floor.
Honorable Minister, the government of the Gambia is the most indebted country in Africa. Can you kindly tell me, or this National Assembly, how are you going to manage the servicing of all these loan obligations and sustainability? Thank you very much.
Honorable member for Folati Kunda Sabiji, that is better put on a substantive question.
Honorable Speaker, look at the question, please. something is mentioned about loan portfolio. I tell you, you should not let some of us lose our mind during proceedings, please. We've been so obedient and respecting the rules and order, not you, but you are just an emblem of that we should respect. It's not about you, it's about the emblem that you represent. Look at the questions properly, please. Please.
Point of order.
Honorable Speaker.
Point of order. By me. Stop asking this question, please.
You know, honorable members, it is erroneous or wrong for members to make statements or certain statistics that they cannot substantiate. How did the member of Latikunda Sabeji come to the conclusion or arrive at the position that Gambia is the most indebted country in the world? You know, and look at the questions and answers. And I have made my ruling. I have ruled that question out. Look at the honorable member, please. You want to rephrase your question? Okay, go ahead.
The question, Honorable Minister, how is your government managing the servicing of all these loan obligations and sustainability? Looking at your loan portfolio.
Honorable Speaker, I think the loan portfolio is not discretionarily managed, is prudently managed. Every year we conduct what they call debt sustainability analysis. That's why we are only contracting concessional loans. That is why we could not use the EBIT facility for the OIC vehicles. And when you talk about the level of indebtedness, I think it's just Google it. You'll see the ranking order of the level of indebtedness. How do you measure indebtedness? Is it debt to GDP or quantum of debt? Gambia is not actually even in West Africa, you have some countries. Today, our debt to GDP is about 72%. It was as high as 85%, but it's coming down. And the debt is sustainable and is being managed prudently. Thank you.
The member for Ijara Central, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I think as members of parliament, we need to do our homework very well. Trust me. Because to stand on the floor of the House, giving records. Statements. This cannot be accepted, Honorable Speaker.
Point of order. Honorable members, order. Order. Order, honorable members. Order, honorable members.
Speaker,
order.
I will repeat it.
Order.
I said,
Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, order, please.
You cannot control your house.
Order, please.
You cannot control your house. Control your house.
Put off your mind. Yarawes, put off your mind.
The Speaker on this table, member for Ghana. You ask your
Honorable members, please order. Order, please. Honorable member for Jara Central, you are asked to ask a supplementary question. Please don't make a statement or don't debate. Honorable members, please order. Majority Chief Whip, Majority Chief Whip, Chief Whip, and member for Jara East, Nyamina East and Chief Whip.
Is that not the chief view I'm taking? Please.
Point of order, Honorable Speaker.
There is a point of order from nominated member Fatou Kejawara.
I'm rising on order 17F. Behavior of members, Honorable Speaker. While a member is speaking, all members shall be silent and shall not make unseemly interruption. Honorable Speaker, we have a very disorderly house here. Both members of Latrikunda and, I don't know, Lower Badibu are shouting like they can kill someone. This is out of order. You have to take the ruling on.
Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, please. We have that order from our one of our women in this parliament, and order sustained. Honorable members, if the member is out of order, it's either the speaker or any member can draw the attention of the House to the member's behavior, and one can do that according to our processes and procedure by rising to a point of order. We don't want and we don't have warriors or fighters here who are willing and ready to fight physically. No, we are here to disagree and to agree based on point of law, based on what is before us in the interest of our country. And I cannot agree more with nominated member Fatou Kejawara. And of course, the member for Jara Central is out of order. But we should also do that orderly. When members, you see everybody putting up their mics. And some members are notorious for that. They'll just put up their mic and start to shout as if they're in weekly market in Wasu or in Karantaba. Where's Jonathan? He's gone. Member for Sabah Sanjal, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, there has been an allegation before the floor of the House that Gambia is the most indebted country in Africa. Can you please confirm if that is true or not?
Honorable Speaker, point of order. Honorable Speaker, point of order.
There is a point of order from the member for Fonyi Bintankarane.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise on point of order 38, admissibility of questions. 38C. A question shall not contain argument, interference, opinion, imputation, and the member asking this question is containing some argument. And also, if you come down here, if you go down to 38J, a question fully answered shall not be asked again during the same session. So both of these are clear and the standing orders are so clear. Thank you.
Honorable members, he rose to 2 points of orders. I will deal with them one after the other. On 38C, he talks about a question shall not contain arguments, interferences, opinion, imputations, epithets, or tendencies, ironical or offensive expression or hypothetical matters. His question is, there is a lot of argument that the Gambia is the most indebted country in Africa. Is that Africa you said, member for Panyomi? Or member for Sabasanjal? Is your question in Africa or in the world? Use your mic.
Africa.
Yes. So he said that is his question. Does it meet the requirements of being arguments, interferences, opinions, imputation, tendentious, ironical, was it offensive expression or hypothetical matter? It wasn't. On the other one, he said what? Okay, the second one.
38J, a question fully answered shall not be asked again.
38J, a question fully answered shall not be asked again during the same session. Was the same question asked? Okay, the minister, I'm informed by my technician that the minister answered that. He said that is not correct.
Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Sabasanjal.
My question to the minister was, there has been an allegation before the floor of the House that the Gambia is the most indebted country in Africa. That question has never been answered by the minister. Instead, the minister answered a question that was posed by the member for Latrikunda. And I wish the minister is given the opportunity to clear the doubts about this, because it's a very sensitive issue, Honorable Speaker, I submit.
No, I think I had the minister in his response. He said, even in Africa, we are not the top. I think the minister, did you answer that?
Well, I think the question, my understanding was in West Africa. I don't know.
The minister is saying
that was my understanding.
The order was West Africa, but not Africa or the world.
Card from him.
Okay, Minister, can you answer, please?
Yes, I think, thank you very much, Speaker. How do you measure the level of indebtedness of a country? That's the question. Is it the quantum of debt stock? Is it related to your ability to service the debt? Do we all know that countries as Japan, Italy have debt to GDP of more than 100%? You know, Gambia has never gone into a debt distress situation. And we have countries in Africa that are going through debt distress. So it's not absolutely anywhere true to say that the Gambia is the most indebted nation. It's not true. I stand by that. In fact, our debt is sustainable and on a downward path. The debt to GDP has moved from 85% to 72% in less than 2 years. And that trajectory is being maintained. What we are trying to do is to expand the economic base so that once your GDP base is in fact, and for the reference and information of this August Assembly, the base year of using the GDP is 2013, more than 10 years ago. If you do a debt GDP rebasing to current days, the debt to GDP will collapse to about 60%. So let's not talk out of context. Everybody can be an economist, but Google will help us. We don't need to go to school to know how to measure debt indebtedness. Thank you.
Member for Lower Salem, you have the floor.
No. Actually, I was just trying to correct the most indebted that Ghana, Gabon, Kenya. No, because he asked us to Google, which I did so. You understand? That was the point of pointing out.
Thank you. Question number 296 of 2024 by the Honorable Member for Upper Salem. Anyani will read on his behalf.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Minister for Finance and Economic Affairs inform this August Assembly the achievements and constraints of the Complaint Review Board, CRB, created in the Gambia Public Procurement Act 2022 in terms of the cases they have handled, their resolutions, as well as the unresolved ones?
Honorable Speaker, let me briefly inform the Honorable Member on the key achievement of the Complaints Review Board since its inception. The Complaints Review Board has reinforced its collaboration with GPPA and the Directorate of Public Procurement and Public Financial Management, and through the Secretariat has contributed positively in simplifying some important issues in the GPPA Act and participated fully in the review and update of the Regulations 2023. The Board has processed the following cases. A total of 16 cases were dealt with since its establishment to April 2024, resolved 7 cases with merit, resolved 4 cases without merit, set aside 5 cases due to the expiration of the cooling period. The Board also provided inputs and collaborated with the Gambia Competition and Consumer Protection Commission in the review and development of their new Regulation 2023. The Board has reviewed its key operating manuals and collecting data for the development of a strategic plan 2024 to 2026. Challenges: visibility, engagement of stakeholders, particularly economic operators, through specific communication channels and outreach programs and training with a view to enhance awareness about the Complaints Review Board and its role, was apparently hindered by the number of factors, including availability of funding. Slow response rate. There's a slow response from procuring organizations to provide requested information to the Complaints Review Board has affected the turnaround time for the processing of complaints. Enforcement of decisions taken on complaints, though addressed in the GPPA Act 2023, the previous act did not adequately provide for this, and as a result, it was not possible to enforce the decisions taken by the Board. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Minister, you made mention of the cooling period. Can you inform this House for how long is that cooling period for the pending 5 cases?
Yes, there is a cooling period between the submission of a complaint, and normally it's within the range of about 6 months. That's off the record, my recollection. Thank you.
You made mention of the cases, some cases that were solved with merit and the other cases that are solved with demerits, without merits. Can you give us a light on this difference, the merits and the demerit ones?
Yes, when a case, the Honorable Speaker and Honorable Member, when a case is processed with merit, that means the complaint has genuine case and the Complaints Review Board goes on remedial action. When it is without merit, that means there is no basis for the case to be heard, because the Complaints Review Board is there to resolve procurement complaints. So when there is a merit, that means that the Complaints Review Board will ask the procuring organization to look into the case and with a view to addressing it. But without merit means there is no basis of submitting it and is dismissed.
Member for Latikunda Sabaji, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, from what you have said, what authority does this review board have to investigate and address procurement malpractices? And can it impose penalties or sanctions?
Honorable Speaker and Honorable Member, this board is a arbitration type of board. It does not initiate actions. Cases are brought before it, and then only it will look at. It does not start or trigger actions on its own. Thank you.
Member for Nyanija, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, you made mention of the 5 pending cases. How soon will this be resolved?
I don't remember. I said set aside 5 cases due to expiration, not pending. Yes, thank you.
Question number 297 of 2024 by the member for Janjamure. And okay, the member for Lower Salon is authorized to read on his behalf.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the executive informed the public about the purchase of 100 vehicles for summit of the just concluded Organization of Islamic Conference. Through a pre-financed arrangement with Mohammed Jah, the owner of Express Motors. However, it is understood that only 89 vehicles were handed over to the government. Could the Minister for Finance and Economic Affairs clarify the August Assembly how many vehicles were received from Express Motors? Clarify, if yes, if this contract was single source and why, and provide evidence of contract agreement signed between the government of the Gambia and Express Motors, tender documents and GPA approval that were sold. Thank you.
Honorable Minister, please hold on.
Yes, Honorable Speaker, point of order.
Yes, there's point of order from the member for Upper Florida West.
Yes, I'm rising on 38 J. A question fully answered shall not be asked again during the same section. And then the Honorable Member, the question that he have just asked the Honorable Minister was fully answered.
I'm not sure how it escaped the office of the Speaker. That these two questions, unless, that's what I was trying to say, unless to provide the documents signed between the government of the Gambia and Express Motors Standard. I'm of the view that it has been fully answered. Yes, member for Lower Salem.
Honorable Chair, Honorable Speaker, there's a difference in this question because initially the first question was 100 vehicles, and where the minister clear is not 100, is 89. But now the contract between the government of the Gambia and Express Motors. You understand?
Can I come in?
And the tender documents that this question is asking.
Member for Nyanija.
But I'm not
okay, thank you, sir. Member for Lower Salem, thank you. Member for Nyanija.
Honorable Speaker, I am definitely not comfortable with this question. I was trying to reference the standing orders to look at the relevant provisions. I am okay with some of the contents, but looking at standing order 38, subclause 1A, a question shall not include names of persons or statement. That I'm not comfortable with that. I don't know how it escaped, but because Express Motor is the one contracted, not purely an individual, I think. Yeah.
No, you said a question must not include the name of a person?
Yes.
Express Motors is not a name of a person.
No, the name of person is there.
Somebody's name is written there.
Oh, yes. Mohammed Jan. In that part also, it's out of order. Member for Oponyomi?
The document, in fact, is requesting the Honorable Member for Ladekuna Sabeji made a supplementary question requesting the Minister to supply those documents to the Assembly.
Member for Ladekuna Sabeji?
First, I want him to withdraw quoting me. Don't quote my name. Honorable Speaker, when we incorporate a company, it becomes a separate legal personality from the individual that incorporated it. This question is therefore in order.
Member for Sami?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I think before the questions are sent, the table office, they look at it critically. The Honorable Member for Nyanija is saying that it does not have the names. I think it passed through an office and they look at it and send it. So,
order, honorable members, order.
Point of order.
Honorable members, order. I'm going to rule on that now. What the member for Sami, the excuse he's using is a weak excuse. How about the member who wrote the questions? So the member doesn't know the law? So you want to blame it on...
Thank you. If the
no, I'm not blaming the law.
But it passed.
Anyway, honorable members, these questions has been fully asked and fully answered.
Honorable Speaker.
Question number 298.
Honorable Speaker, please, help me, please.
Question number, after the question, I will hear from you. Question number 298 of 2024 by the honorable member for Talinding Kunjang.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, some time back, a container of medical items purported for the Ministry of Health as a donation was reportedly sold to Fatu Barbaro Foundation, FAB. In its media release, FAB Foundation confirmed buying the container and donating it to Central Medical Store. Could the Honorable Minister for Finance and Economic Affairs inform this August Assembly why was the container sold instead of cleared from the ports, and also provide the August body the bill of lading of the said container? Thank you.
Honorable Speaker, I would like to request.
Honorable members, order. Honorable member for Nyamina West and Fonya Councillor, order. Honorable Minister, please continue.
Honorable Speaker, I would like to request for the Honorable Member for Talinding Kunjang constituency to redirect the question to the relevant authority, as this matter falls outside the purview of my ministry.
It has to do with GRA. I'm talking about the medical items. I'm talking about the clearing of the ports, but they were sold because something was not paid to the ports. So that's what is clearing. I'm not talking about the medical items. The container was sold because you couldn't pay.
No.
To GRA.
No. Order, honorable members. No, the honorable order, please. The honorable minister is of the belief that it is outside his docket, and I am in agreement. Question number 300 of 2024 by the honorable member for Banjul Central, to be read on his behalf by the member for Banjul North.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. On behalf of the member for Banjul Central. Honorable Speaker, apart from gambling, alcohol, cigarettes, used cars, and flour, could the Honorable Minister for Finance and Economic Affairs furnish this August Assembly if there has been any new or further tax increases in 2024?
Honorable Speaker, I would like to inform the August Assembly that there have been no new tax increases apart from the 4 mentioned taxes. Thank you.
Honorable members, order. Honorable members, order. Honorable member for Banjul Central, to be read on his behalf by the member for Banjul North.
Thank you.
can you kindly share with us the further taxes increase in other products?
Honorable Speaker, I just said that there have been no tax increases, and all the tax pronouncements were contained in the budget speech, and only these elements were the ones mentioned there. Thank you.
Then that's fine. Thank you.
Honorable Minister for Finance and Economic Affairs, I want to thank you sincerely for those answers provided for this assembly, and of course, for your quality time that in answering those questions.
Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. You may go. Yes, member for Lower Salem.
Yes, thank you very much. I have no problem of you making a decision out of that Coxon, but then you must guide us by the standing orders. And again, the Coxon was drawn by the member for Janyamure by a standing order. We had all process is taken. And no, allow me to come. Let me make.
No, Honorable, you know you're out of order.
No, you said you will give me a chance.
Okay, now I have withdrawn that.
Yeah, because the process is wrong that you have taken.
No, it doesn't need your help, member from Nyanija. Please. No. Clerk, please, we may proceed. Clerk, next, we may proceed. Defense.
Questions for oral answers by the Honorable Minister for Defense.
Questions for which due notices were given to the Honorable Minister for Defense by honorable members for oral reply. Question number 327 of 2024 by the Honorable Member for Brikama North. It's not here. Yeah. Huh? Well, I'm informed that he authorized the member for Serekunda West.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, could the Minister for Defense inform the August Assembly the state of the demarcation of the area exclusively for lands Corporal Lamin Bonyang firing range at Brikama, Jamisa, and the plans for the construction of a military.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members. Good morning. Honorable Speaker, the Ministry of Defense and the Gambia Armed Forces are working closely with the Ministry of Lands and Regional Government and Religious Affairs for the documentation of all lands belonging to the Gambia Armed Forces, including the lands Corporal Bojang firing range at Brikama, Jamisa. The actual dimension and the demarcation will be established once the sketch plan has been finalized. It is also imperative to state here that due to encroachment of the land, it is now being guarded 24 hours. Regarding the construction of the military hospital, we have assigned the Ministry of Transport, Work and Infrastructure to provide us with a plan, the design, and we are engaging our partners and donors to get the required funding in order to start the project. The realization of this project will help ease access to healthcare in Brikama and its surrounding. Thank you.
Honorable Speaker, can the Minister inform the House how long would it take to do this demarcation? Because really, using our very able and busy armed forces guarding the place for 24 hours, for how long is that going to last when this is within the remit of government?
Thank you. Like I said, we are working with the Ministry of Lands to complete the demarcation process, and I think this will be completed as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. No further question.
Member for Kiang West, you have the floor.
Honorable Minister, in your response, you've talked about your engagement with the Minister of Works and Infrastructure for giving you the sketch plan, to start the contract, the project. When do you expect to receive this from the Minister of Works? Because, at least your engagement should be time bound.
Thank you. We will check back with Ministry of Works, but I think we have been working closely with them to get the sketch plan and designs ready. This will be done very soon.
Member for Talending Kunjang, you have the floor.
Honorable Minister, I'm not clear when you say demarcation, because those of us who know the range has a perimeter area designated as a range. So what do you mean when you say demarcation? What typically are you talking about? Because there's a special location identified as a range. And has there been encroachments or otherwise? What do you actually mean when you say demarcation?
Thank you, Honorable Member. Well, the actual dimension of the range in the past, quoting from 1948, was a very big area. But of recent, with encouragement towards the land, that has made the land and the settlement getting closer to the range. As a result, that is why we have placed guards to secure the space that has been left now.
Member Fufonye Bintang Kranai.
Honorable Minister, when you talk about when, it is the adverbial phrase format. When you go there, when we talk about when, it talks about the time. Now, very soon does not actually stipulate anything. When you said very soon, how soon is it? The date, the time? That's what we want to know.
Well, thank you, Honorable Member. I cannot give you the exact time or date, but then the technicians are working on this. Thank you.
I now invite the member for Fonye Councillor to take the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, as you have alluded in your response, that you're also working with the Minister of Lands to see various military ranges within the country. How far in terms of documentations for those specified ranges? Have you had work with any documentation method with acquiring some of those lands?
Honorable Member for Fonye Councillor, you know very well you are out of order. No. Not order. Question number 328 of 2024 by the Honorable Member for Fonye Councillor.
Thank you very much. Honorable Speaker, there has been a numerous report of senior officers leaving the Gambia Armed Forces, allegedly citing lack of transparency in the promotion process and overstaying in a particular rank for more than 8 to 10 years. It is also alleged that officers with high qualifications have been overlooked in favor of lower ranking personnel. Could the Honorable Minister of Defense clarify the criteria used for promotions within the Gambia Armed Forces, and what are the measures are being implemented to ensure the promotion process is fair, transparent, and based on merit?
I will speak a point of order.
There is point of order from the member for Nyanija.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Order 38.1, subclause A and B, and I read: every question shall conform to the following rules. A question shall not include names of person or statement not strictly necessary to render the questions intelligible and which the member cannot authenticate. B, a question shall not contain any statement which the member who asked the question is not prepared to substantiate. Reading the question, I'm seeing that there have been numerous reports. What reports is he talking about here? And further, he said it is also alleged that officers. This is something we that I'm not comfortable with. Thank you very much.
Honorable Speaker, we are waiting for you.
Honorable members, when you, of course, the honorable member Onyanija is in order. When you read clause 1A and B, it raises the issue of substantiation and as well as the issue of ambiguity or unnecessary statement that might not conform to our procedures. But also there are process, as I said earlier on, that the Honorable Speaker have to look at and admit the questions, admissibility of the questions. Of course, we also have responsibility as a speaker during proceeding, also to rule on point of orders based on procedures and processes. So my aides and I have been engaged in some, to some extent I differ with them, but then also this question has been admitted by a speaker earlier. And now that also as the speaker, this issue is before me. You know, yesterday, minority leader said, after he left the office, he said, it's a very hot place. It is not easy to adjudicate. Do we, and in my yesterday's ruling, do we still continue with precedents? It should only be in the absence of clarity in law. Or do we, of course, still rule based on law and depart from precedents? That is the matter before me now. Member for Lower Salon.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Here we have two documents that shares to us. That's the 1997 Constitution and the standing orders. Our entire procedures lies on the standing orders. The issue of the point of order.
And what about the 1997 Constitution?
No, these are the documents that we are using. But the member raising for a point of order, it is prerogative to do that. And it's your right, also your discretion to rule on any rule that you want to do. But the member for Foreign Council has wrote a parliamentary correction that was vetted by the the table office, then table office has to submit it and edit all necessary documents and pass to the office of the clerk for vetting. The approval comes from the speaker. After the speaker approvals, then there's a process also. The ABC committee will start on the agenda for approvals. So the agenda, which we have already done. And the agenda will circulate to members. Now, the member make a request. Each of us here, this is why he said, allegedly now, is the responsibility of the minister now to substantiate all this, whether it's true or not, on his answer. When you allow the process to continue, please.
Thank you.
Point of order, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, you know, as I indicated earlier on, all these are processes. But everything that you have highlighted ends up here. And whatever decision or rules or judgment that Speaker made here is final. And earlier on, the Speaker today, earlier on, with the Minister of Finance, the Speaker ruled out a question based on the standing orders. Member for Kiang West, there is a point of order.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise on the point of order 43.1. A supplementary question may be put for the purpose of elucidating an oral answer. Now, a question may be put. This is both question and supplementary.
Honorable.
Now,
you are out of order. Sit down. You are out of order. Please sit down.
No.
Sit down. Sit down. Member for Kiang West.
Honorable Speaker, I want clarification from your office with respect to issues like this. Like, when honorable members send questions to various ministries and the ministers replied that those questions are not relevant to their ministries, but instead another ministry, we lost those questions. We cannot ask those questions again. And we bear the responsibility of misdirecting that question. So when a question escapes Speaker's office, please, when it escapes your office, it comes here, it's in our favor. You should allow us to ask those questions and the ministers respond to those questions. When we misdirect our questions, we lost them and we don't complain anymore. So when another question escapes your office, you should take the responsibility of the question and allow the question to proceed, Honorable Speaker.
No, he said two things. He said the questions will go to the minister, the members of parliament will send it to the wrong misdirect in his own word. It comes here, but it becomes their favor. Questions of this nature also comes here, it should be in their favor. But ministers, in accordance with the standing orders, also decide on which question to answer or not, whether it is within their remits or not. The minister decide, and we judge, we agree. Questions before us here of this nature, whether either the Speaker or members of Parliament also raise point of order, and we decide. Member for Talinding Kunjang.
Yes, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we must understand the background of the question. In the recent past, certain senior officers who call themselves senior officers in the army wrote a damaging remarks about these processes, promotions and others. Army deemed it fitting to also publicly respond. It's in the media. That's just few months ago. So that's what he is referring to. Allow me. So what he is saying, allegedly, he's not confirming that what they said is true. He's reporting what they said. Now, the ministry, the person responsible for the ministry, is given the opportunity now to respond and clarify to the whole Gambians to hear concerning these issues. And these are policy issues, these are administrative issues regarding the army. I think this question is very befitting. And that's why if you look at it, he said reports concerning what is in the media is circulated. Even if you go to Army page here, now you go to the defense page, Facebook, you will see their refutal of those allegations. So he is not imputing anything in his own right. He wants clarification so that the information from here will become authentic. So I think there is nothing wrong in this question. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Member, for Talending Kunyang, and I like the words that the choice of words, allege. The member said allege, which whether he is prepared to substantiate it or not, then that question arises. Member for Latikunda Sabi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I think, Honorable Speaker, frankly, we need to create guardrails for speakers as far as rulings are concerned. Because for me, admitting questions has processes. This process began with the Honorable Member conceiving, imagining questions, and sent to the table office. The Speaker has evaluation process to admit these questions. If these questions are admitted now in Speaker's discretion, the only questions that the Speaker has discretion in the plenary is the supplementary questions, but not substantive questions, because those ones are already admitted based on criteria you set when you were admitting those questions. So please, let's create guardrails for speakers in this House. Thank you.
No, Honorable Member for Latikunda, you are out of order. That's erroneous. Admissibility of questions. In fact, you see, doesn't only ends in our office. Here, it's both substantive and main these things. You see, the journey of admissibility of questions at the office of the Speaker, not in chambers, where it starts and ends. It starts from members to the table clerks, to the office of the clerk, to office of Speaker, to look at it, to say, yes, you can send it to the ministers or not. That admissibility, that's where it ends. When it comes to Parliament here also, into the chambers, the standing orders also comes to play. Then if that is the case, this provision would not have been there, the one that the member read. We would have also gotten a provision that will state that once the Speaker at the office of the Speaker admit questions, they cannot be challenged at the chambers. We don't have that provision. Member for Sami, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I still stand by what I said for the other time. Because, Honorable Speaker, this...
What did you say the other time?
Yes, that's what I'm coming. I'm coming. This is what I'm trying to say is that before these questions are sent, there is a notice to all the members, and it passed process. It is the duty of the Speaker office to look at the standing order of the members, their question, to say, yes, this question, no, you should frame it like this or not. But they have accepted, the Speaker have accepted a question, and now the question is here at the floor. You just want to, it is only the member that can withdraw that question. Huh? Yes, it's only the member that can withdraw.
Which order? Which order?
Which order?
Which number?
Which order? I'm saying which order?
You said
which order? No, because your office, you communicated.
No, put up your mic.
No, your office.
No, I said put up your mic.
I mean, your office communicated earlier to the members to send questions. It is your duty to look at the standing order to tell members, yes, this question is not admissible before they bring it here. It is your duty.
Point of order, Honorable Speaker. Point of order, Honorable Speaker.
You know what I was asking you, the member for Sami. Oh, you finished? Okay. There's a point of order by a member for Lower Salum. Then we'll go to secondary.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Order 36. Questions to Vice President, Minister, and the Assembly Authority. 1. The Vice President and the Minister shall by order of Assembly be requested to attend sittings of the Assembly to answer oral questions, tropical questions, and urgent oral questions asked to them. 2. A member may ask questions of the Vice President or a minister on a matter relating to their official responsibility. Honorable Speaker, the member for Pony Council, he is asking this question under the responsibility of the Defense Minister, that these are alleged issues. Now, it's the responsibility of the Defense Minister now to answer what he is asking for or not. Is his right now, or in fact, Honorable Speaker, there's no process now you to allow this question to go like that, because already your office has admin and questions were asked and answers were given by the minister. So allow the process to go. You cannot frustrate this one to go. Please.
You said I cannot?
Frustrate this oral question. Allow it to go.
Honorable Member, you are out of order. Member for Serekunda West, Ten Sabasanja.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we have faced a situation which is technical. You have earlier ruled on this kind of question. And if you go to the standing order, Speaker's ruling, 4, I think it's 8, subsection 4, which says that 3 says Speaker's ruling shall be final on all questions of procedure and order. And then further down, it said this. It says that the rulings of the speaker's ruling should be compiled and circulated. And what I understand by that is, once you've ruled, that becomes part of our procedures. Now you have done that earlier on, and so there's a technical problem here. I think this is a wake-up call for the office of the speaker to pay more attention now to questions by looking at all the sections in the standing order before admitting them. What I would take or advise is to allow this question to go, and then the office of the speaker then pays more attention now when questions are before you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Member for Serekunda West, and dear Dad. You see, it's good to have old age because it comes with wisdom. I agree with him in part and disagree with him. I agree with him that earlier on, I made a ruling on a similar question, meaning that the ruling of speakers at our office earlier on, and this ruling that I made today is the latest. I have departed from that to this one. And therefore, I use the authority vested in the speaker and as per the standing orders, and I rule out that substantive question earlier on today. And the honorable member is reminding us of that. And he further appeal that we allow this one to go, and then as office of the speaker to be very diligent in looking at the questions. And I think I want to assure you that we have been doing that, but this one escaped. In fact, I remember last session I had to personally engage some NAMs for them to, because their questions weren't in order, and some of them as agree. We have been very diligent. We've been looking at the clauses, both human error. And once the human error escapes us, that's why here we have more members, 58. That is why the standing orders also allow members to pick out those human errors, bring them to our attention, and to judge, and be the sole judge. On that note, I hereby rule that the questions as per the order raised by the member for Nyanija is out of order. Question number 329 of 2024 by the Honorable Member for Fonyi Jaro.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Speaker, could the...
Honorable Speaker, I think you said it's out of order. You said the Honorable of Nyanija.
Your question is out of
No.
No, I say I rule in favor of Nyanija that the question is out of order in accordance with the provision that he cited. Member for Fonyi Jarol, please go ahead.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Minister for Defense update this August Assembly? How far has the ministry gone in reviewing the case of Omar Sadio since the ruling of the High Court for 3 years from November 2021 up to date, why a decision is yet to be made?
Honorable, I'm not sure which questions are you reading.
My question.
Can you repeat it again? Because what you are reading is not...
Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Minister for Defense update this August Assembly? How far has the ministry gone in reviewing the case of Omar Sadio since the ruling of the High Court for 3 years now, and why a decision is yet to be made? It came with nothing.
Honorable Minister, please respond.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. As I have reported during the last sittings of the National Assembly on the case of Omar Sadio, the Ministry of Defense received a copy of the judgment delivered by the High Court in June 2024, and it was submitted to the Ministry of Justice for legal opinion and advice. The legal opinion and advice was received from the Ministry of Justice and was submitted to the National Assembly. The Ministry of Defense and the Gambia Armed Forces will engage Omar Sadio for a resolution of this matter. Thank you.
Honorable Speaker, a legal opinion has no justification in law other than misleading the army, because once the High Court has made a ruling, it declares that an act or decision by anybody is unlawful to be taken. Why would this case be just hanging on for almost 3 good years? Under which section of the Army Act or law that the Army is hanging on?
Thank you, Honorable Member. Like I have said, when we receive the rulings of the High Court, we have also submitted it to the Minister of Justice for legal advice. This is what we have done, and we have now received that from Justice, and we will engage Omar on this matter.
Yes. Honorable Minister, this is what I'm saying. A legal opinion has no justification as long as a High Court has made a ruling. So, waiting for a legal opinion to be made, and then the law is saying that there is no justification where a High Court has made a ruling. Once the High Court rules, it declares that an act or decision by anybody is unlawful. And then still now 3 years, we are told that you are waiting for an illegal, you are making a legal, is it you are waiting for a legal opinion to be made?
Thank you, Honorable Member. The judgment from the High Court indicated that the dismissal of the applicant from the Gambia Armed Forces was null and void and no effect. And this, we have acted and referred the matter to the Minister of Justice for an advice.
There is also no law that says that we cannot seek advice of the Minister of Justice.
Member Fofoni Bondali, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, how soon will your ministry engage Omar Sadio?
Thank you. I have spoken to his lawyer, and then we are arranging a meeting this week.
Member for Latikunda Sabaji, you have the floor.
Honorable Minister, this specific question is as old as this National Assembly. Now, and anytime you come here, it's the same thing. Last time we said, when two people go to court, one become the judgment creditor and the other become the judgment debtor. What is available to your ministry as judgment debtor is to appeal. And what is left to the judgment creditor is to enjoy the fruit of his judgment. You cannot delay this for 3 years, Honorable Minister, with all due respect. When are you actually treating this matter with a matter of urgency so that it will not be asked in the next questions, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Like I have mentioned also, the ruling of the High Court was never served on the ministry. We just received this in June 2024. And then what we have done was to seek legal advice from justice. And we have now received it, and we will continue to engage Omar to get a final conclusion on this. Thank you.
Member for Kiang West, you have the floor.
No. Honorable Minister, for the second or third consecutive times, the same question has been coming, and we continue asking the same questions. Honorable Minister, I am with the belief that this will be our last question, sending this question. The next action will be different. But could you kindly tell us, when is Umaru going back to work? Because firing him was illegal.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I have no answers for that.
Honorable Speaker. Question 36.
He knew very well. Yeah, please put off your mic. Whenever you're ready, you can come.
Point of order, Honorable Speaker.
Yeah, there's a point of order.
Order 36(7). A question must be answered as clearly and as fully as possible. But this one is not answered at all. He has not provided an answer at all. He has not provided any. He said he does not have any answer to my question. National Assembly members are asking you a question, Honorable Minister. You said you don't have any answer? That is not to me. That is to my constituents. That is to the people of the country. That's unfair.
Please sit down. No,
this question must be answered.
No, don't make further statement. You have only don't waste your rights. Thank you. Order sustained. Honorable Minister, please answer.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Member asked when Omar is coming to work. That is why I said I have no answers to that. What I have said here is that we have received the legal advice and opinion, and we are engaging Omar this week. Thank you.
Minister, you meant to say you are not so as to when or how or whether that will happen.
Correct, Honorable Speaker. I can't tell exactly when he is coming to work. Thank you.
Nominated Member Fatou K. Jawara.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, most of the time cases regarding army are done at the court martial. So why the case of Omar Sadio sent to the High Court instead of the court martial?
Thank you.
Point of order.
There is a point of order by the member of Fonyi Bintang.
Thank you. Honorable Speaker, I write on point of order 43.4. A supplementary question may not be in order if it introduces matters not relating into the original question. The matter that is raised by the nominated member, Fatou
We are talking about court order from the... Honorable Speaker.
Yes. 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 Fatuke Yawara.
No. Honorable Speaker. Point of order.
Yes, Amina Fatuke Yawara, I saw your time.
Honorable Speaker, I'm in order. We are talking about the court case of Omar Sajo. That was the ruling that was made at the High Court. And I asked the minister, court cases of soldiers normally took place at court martial, but why this one at the High Court? So.
Yes, there is a point of order from honorable members. Omar Sajo is a soldier, member of the Gambia Armed Forces, and the Minister for Defense. And when you look at the questions, it's about reviewing the case of Omar Sajo in respect of the High Court trial and subsequent decision. And the nominated member Fatuke Jawara is asking the same case, same court, why High Court, not court martial, by civil court. I think she's in order. I rule that she's in order. The Minister, please provide answer.
Thank you. Honorable nominated member, matters relating to offenses for members of the Gambia Armed Forces that are referred to court martials are cases that are of serious nature, like heinous crimes, capital, offensive crimes. Matters of misdemeanor are usually treated at the level of units and also regiment. In the case of Omar Sajo, it was at the level of units decided by commanding officers and then also at the level of service. So then he sued the armed forces, and that was how the matter was at the High Court. Thank you.
Member for Lower Salem, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, what was the legal advice that you take from the Minister of Justice? And why are you engaging Omar Sajo? What purpose?
Thank you, Honorable Member. The judgment or the legal advice we received from the Minister of Justice was that the judgment delivered by the High Court was only on declaratory, and that it has no consequential relief. Because of that, it is declaratory. The judgment was not an executory one. Thank you. And also, we are engaging Omar to make sure that we have a final resolution of this problem.
Yeah, the minister should have said this since last session. This is what we have. It's declaratory. It's not. Oh, you got it now. Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. Order. So in short, there is no declaration that, or there is no. Yeah, there is no order in the judgment as to the state, so whether reinstate or so also. Question number 330 of 2024 by the Honorable Member for Banjul Central, and to be read on his behalf by the Member for Banjul North.
Thank you once again, Honorable Speaker. On behalf of the member for Banjul Central, Honorable Speaker, following a recent devastating fire ordeal at Hamza Barracks, could the Honorable Minister for Defense give this August Assembly a holistic brief on the overall refurbishment plans for barracks within the country that required upgrading?
Thank you, Honorable Member. Based on the amount allocated for the Gambia Armed Forces Development Budget for 2024, it was meant for the fencing of the Tiger Watch military deployments, that is Sibanor, Block, and Kafuta. However, for the renovation of the affected apartments or the houses at Hamza Barracks, work is already in progress. We received a bill of quantity for the affected houses of over $5 million. And His Excellency, the President has provided substantial amount of the BOQ and also got donated and other donations received from other philanthropies. Cash Company was contracted to do the work and it is now ongoing. Thank you. There are also plans to renovate all other military barracks across the country and also to build new housing facilities for members of the armed forces. We want to thank also the government for the construction of a new housing facilities for soldiers at Parapenye, 2 Infantry Battalion. We also want to thank the National Assembly for their support during budget bilateral. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. The said amount that you are starting with, is it only for the affected houses or for the entire renovation of Hamza Barracks?
This is only for the affected houses.
So what plans do you have or do you put in place for the renovation of the entire Hamza Barracks, understanding the current situation of that particular barracks?
This is just, Honorable Member, this is just the first initial phase of the renovation of Hamza Barracks, starting with the affected housing. There is going to be a holistic review and also to come up with a thorough BOQ to make sure that the entire facilities is being maintained and serviced. Thank you.
Member for Fonya Councillor, you have the floor.
Honorable Minister, as per the look of the current state of Hamza Barracks, gutters, a lot of issues that are surrounding the areas of the settlement, and some of their roofs are very dilapidated, and their condition of living, so far the gutters are concerned, is very worrisome. What urgent approach would your ministry take to address this current situation?
Honorable Speaker, point of order. Honorable Speaker,
point of order, yes. Member for Ponyomi.
Yes. Order 38.
38 what?
Question fully answered shall not be asked again during the same session. Honorable Minister have provided answer for the Hamza Barrack that they are going to do the holistic renovation of the whole, facility. Minister said that they are going to do the review of the whole premises and do the, rehabilitation of all the facility. That's what he said. So he has fully answered the question.
What is the member's question?
The member question was.
Honorable Member for Ponyomi, what was the member's question?
The member is asking the minister, by the look of the Hamza Barrack, the place dilapidated, whether they are thinking of renovating the whole facility entirely. That's all you said.
If that's what the honorable member asked, okay, please, honorable member for your council, repeat your question.
Yes, I said, looking at the current situation in Hamza Barracks, the peri areas of gutters are in a dilapidated condition, and some of the key issues within the area. How soon would they address that issue?
That is the Hamza Barracks, the question that asks that, and the answer that the minister said they are going to renovate everything. Is that the same barracks you're asking? Is that the same Hamza Barracks? Please, use your mic.
I said, how many Hamza Barracks do we have in this country?
I don't know.
That's what I'm saying. We have only one Hamza Barracks. Are you not a Gambian? You should know which Hamza Barracks are we referring to.
No. What I was asking him, exactly, if he's referring to Hamza or another barrack, he said he's referring to the same barrack. The question was, remember for Serekunda West? I think the question was fully asked and answered.
What I was just telling you is the difference there is the member is asking how soon. The minister has adequately said they will renovate, but he's asking a timeline.
Now, it's okay if the honorable member, can you rephrase your question again?
I think if it's permitted, I can speak Jola so that maybe some of them will better understand. What I'm just saying is simple. Looking at the current status quo of gutters in Hamza Barracks, it is worrisome. In that area, how soon would the ministry address that condition?
The member for Panyami is arguing that, the quotas inside Hamza Barracks, they are part of Hamza Barracks, and the minister said they are going to renovate everything. But his argument is that how soon will that renovation take place?
To understand, the renovation, gutters and renovation is quite different, Omar. Honorable Opanyumi, renovation and also working on gutters is different.
Opanyomi, member for Fonyi Councillor,
yes.
You are out of order. Please.
You are a medical personnel.
Yes, member for Banjul North.
I just want to clarify something, even though I asked the question on behalf of the member for Banjul Central, but the minister have fully answered the question. All what we are interested in is that entire renovation of the entire Hamza Barracks, which he said it will happen. But as far as I didn't have the opportunity to further ask when, I think that is why he came to say when can this take place. So that is the clarity that I want to put in place.
So you are of the belief that it has been fully answered. Member Polatikuna Sabiji, you want to get into the ring? Please go ahead.
I just want to help my uncle who said honorable member is medical personnel. Now, this is also my field. If somebody said renovated, it includes everything about the structure, the gutters, drainage, roof, found everything. If you say renovated, I think that's a good answer. Thank you, uncle.
Honorable Polatikuna Sabiji, I cannot agree more with you. Thank you very much for that technical guidance. So we are informed that by our engineer, it includes everything. So the question is fully asked and fully answered. Thank you. Member for Tarini Kujang, you have the floor.
Yes. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, first and foremost, I have to applaud the efforts of the President that you've mentioned, that the bill of lading, the BOQ amounts up to 5 million, and he has contributed substantially to that and the gas and other things because these are our families. Okay, refurbishment. I just want to ask if there are any plans also to help us because some personal materials also have been perished in the fire. Has there been any support or demand for support in the form of those to replenish some of those perished materials?
Thank you very much. When this incident happened, the night, and here I must also thank the NAM members for Banjul North and South, Banjul Central, they were with us that night. In fact, he was the one who first called me. What we did that night was to evacuate all those families that are affected. And not only that, we also had to mobilize resources to support all the families. And they were evacuated to the Friendship Hostel. As we are speaking, they are still there, and we continue to provide them with all the necessary resources to support their stay in the hostel. And very soon, they will get back to their houses in order. Thank you.
The member for Fonyi Bondali, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, did your ministry make any investigation to the fire incident? And if yes, did you have any plan to prevent for the similar occurrence in the future?
Two questions.
Thank you.
Ask only one question. I know you, the member for Banjul North and Banjul Central, you have been very interested in the matter. In fact, you have been updating me regularly. I've been engaging the Minister of Defense on that matter also. Because of that, now you want him to, we want me to allow him to ask two questions. Honorable Minister, please provide answer.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Member, there has already been an investigation that was launched into this issue. It has been established that the structure at Hamsa Barracks is a very old, facilities. And then with the number of inhabitants in the facilities and also the usage of appliances that may not go along with the existing facilities in terms of electricity, that has resulted to electrical short circuit. That was the cause of fire that was established. Thank you.
Member for Latikunda Sabaji, you have the floor.
Very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, you said the President has contributed, and this is a very good initiative, but can you please tell us how much out of this 5 million that the President has contributed? And I again thank the President for his contribution.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The President, like I said, contributed a substantial amount of the BOQ. And then I am not in a position to probably announce the amount of money that was donated by the President, because this was done out of generosity of the President. And all those who have also contributed, they decided that they don't want to be mentioned, the amount. Thank you.
Member for Kiang West.
Yes, Honorable Minister, thank you very much. These are works that are going to be taken care of by a state institution, the ministry. So for the purpose of transparency, anybody who puts individual fund in state project, that must not be secret. That must not be. So those who claim for their names not to be pronounced, can this be clear for the purpose of transparency? Because we need to account for it.
Honorable Member, that question was fully answered. It was asked by the member for Pratikunda the amount, and he answered. He said, no, he is not in a position, and they don't want both the president and those who contributed. And you were asking the same question.
Corruption Act is what I'm trying to. I cannot access the act right now. But for these things, it cannot if anything. It has to be clear for the purpose of transparency. I cannot access the act right now, but it is violating those laws. So that's what I'm trying to direct him to please clear the doubts to the.
Okay, when you find out those acts, you can come back to us. Question number 331 of 2024 by the Honorable Member for Bundung Kakunda.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. And Honorable Speaker, I also want to join my colleagues to appreciate and thank the effort of the Ministry through the Government of the Gambia in supporting the vulnerable families at the Hamza Barracks. And equally, I will thank you for coming to respond.
Honorable Member, are you laying foundation?
Yes, please.
Please don't lay any foundation because we are not constructing any houses here.
Yes. So my question is very simple and short. Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Minister for Defense confirm to this August Assembly if Bambatenda military guard posts have access to electricity?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Member, at the moment, there is no NAWEC power grid at Bambatenda. A transformer needs to be installed. Notwithstanding, the Gambia Armed Forces has already installed a solar system to provide electricity for the soldiers on duty at Bambatenda. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that response, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, looking at the outlook of that border guard post, do you have any plan to standardize the status of the guard post? Because they have two, one at the riverside, the other one at the other side, which is like a corrugated structure. So whether you have because the area is very vulnerable, is very potential because we have non-Gambians crossing. So with that corrugated guard post, I don't know whether you have plans to construct it.
Thank you, Honorable Member. You are quite right. Those kind of deployments are at a short notice deployment. And then usually they are just temporal. But because of the existing facilities around there, GAF is also considering building at least structures that will be permanent to be able to house and accommodate our personnel. Thank you.
Member for Opanyomi, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. Honorable Minister, I think it's important that such a project of that nature, when government is building it, it's important that they include all these things in the process, so that you don't have to be something like going back and forth, in trying to provide those type of facilities or amenities in those for our securities in those type of facilities, because it should be included in the project. Because the place needs security.
Thank you, Honorable Member. You are right. Those kind of facilities or structures, we consider them and classify them under critical national infrastructures. And the security of those critical national infrastructures, they have also bearing some national security dimension. So the security of the facilities are important, because their disruption can also cause a serious national security challenges. Thank you.
Member for Tarinding Kunjang, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, you've mentioned about the installation of solar there. I do not know how recent is this. It would interest us to know how recent it is this, and if it's not recent, I
are you certain that they are functioning as we speak?
Thank you, Honorable Member. As we speak, I cannot be certain. This was the response that was provided to me by the Gambia Armed Forces High Command. But then, like we have said, we will also further check on that as well. Thank you.
Honorable Member for Sani Mentoring, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, you've made mention of NAWEC working on with the issue of electricity at the campus. How soon, with regards to the arrangement that you've done with NAWEC, how soon does your ministry intend to supply this direct electricity to the campus, as it is important that we need to protect our men in uniform, since they are the very people who will be protecting us as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Actually, in my response, I said that there is no NAWEC power grid currently, if you are referring to Bambatenda. Well, we're working with NAWEC also to make sure that at least electricity is being expanded to the area. But they said we need a transformer. And then I think this is not something that is easy to be available now. But notwithstanding, we'll engage NAWEC further to make sure that electricity is being provided. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister for Defense. You should engage finance and petroleum to get the transformer there. Thank you. Honorable Minister, I want to thank you for those answers provided to this August Assembly. Thank you so much. Clerk, we may proceed.
Questions for oral answers by the Honorable Minister for Transport, Works and Infrastructure.
Thank you very much. Honorable Minister for Transport, Works and Infrastructure may take the podium. Questions for which due notices were given to the Honorable Minister for Transport, Works and Infrastructure by Honorable Members for oral reply. Question number 301 of 2024 by the Honorable Member for Nyamina Dankunku. And he authorized the member for Lower Salum to read on his behalf.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, could the Minister for Transport, Works and Infrastructure inform this August Assembly of the Ministry's preparations to construct the road leading from Choya in Nyamina West through Nyamina Dankunku down to Kulenya and Kung Biran crossing point?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The road from Choya in Nyamina West through Nyamina Dankunku down to Kuleya and Kung Biran crossing points with a total of 20.5 kilometers was constructed up to base course level in 2015 through the FASTEF project under the Ministry of Agriculture and supervised by the National Road Authority. The Ministry of Transport, Works and Infrastructure has already submitted these roads for construction under the World Bank upcoming road infrastructure development project.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. How soon this World Bank project will kickstart?
Well, we are hopeful that the surveys and detailed designs will start in October going up to early 2025. Then the tenders will be done. And we are hopeful that before the rainy season, most likely, the tenders will be awarded for start of work.
Which rains is in this one or the next one?
2025.
Yes. Yes, Honorable Speaker, no further questions on this issue.
Thank you very much. Member for Latikunda Sabiji, you may have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, this country is less than 11,000 square kilometers. Now, and if you look at the trend of members, every member is asking, when are you going to do roads in my constituency? I'm now asking whether your ministry has developed any master plan with all the roads and their classification, so that you can send that big list to enrolling members, so that we are not going to be asking questions on and on and on every time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The classification.
Honorable Minister, the honorable member is out of order.
That's not the question. Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Salam, don't use your mic. You're out of order. No, it's to his question is a very sweet and nice readings to members of National Assembly, but it's out of order. Honorable Member for Lower Salem, please, himself, he knows about it. He's sitting down. No. The member for Nyamina West, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Honorable Minister, as this road affect both Nyamina West and Nyamina Dankunku? And also considering the state and condition of this road, does your ministry have any plans to better the road before the coming rains 2025? Thank you.
Well, just for your information, the studies will determine our intervention, but I can assure you that the Nyamina West, Nyamina Dankunku roads are part of those roads that we are considering for the upcoming World Bank project.
Question number 302 is 302 of 2024 by the Honorable Member for Jimara.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, Jurangel ward in Jimara constituency is one of the most disregarded wards in Upper River region when it comes to road infrastructure. Could Honorable Minister for Transport, Works and Infrastructure inform this August Assembly if the ministry have any plans to construct roads in Julangel ward, especially the roads linking Sahadatu down to Koro Julakunda, connecting Balokunda, Sare Walom towards Jakajari crossing point in Sandu, linking Julangel and coming down to Sare Koke Johnson. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The Ministry of Transport, Works and Infrastructure would like to assure the Honorable Member that the government is committed to providing road infrastructure access to as many communities across the country as possible. The Ministry is currently undertaking rural accessibility studies with the development partners, and the road mentioned are being considered.
Yes, thank you for the record, Honorable Minister. I just want to be clear. You said road mention will be considered. These specific roads that I mentioned, I want to be clear if they are going to be considered.
For the Upper River region, actually, we are doing the Kabakama to Jiroba, to Sabusire, to Tintinjo, to Sarebona, to Tuba Tafsir, Daslame, along Hari Abdu Balanko, to Kekoro, Kekoro to Kumbita, to Sambatako, to Kabakama. Then we are also doing other roads in Kushun, Garawal, to Sabikoto, to Same, to Nema, to Kebekunda, and Kerawan and Sudwal. I think the roads that you mentioned fall within the roads that are considered within the CRR belt, CRR belt. I could provide them to you. I don't have the belt here, but I can remember that the roads mentioned actually are part of the 150 kilometers. Not all of them, because we looked at three factors. Ones that are linking to the border areas to facilitate trade, but also those that are linking bigger towns and also trading routes. So that is why if you look at the map, you will see that they are linked to the old tenders or the crossing points or those that are leading to the borders for facilitation of trade. But we have a lot of roads linking through Koro Jolokunda and the other ones coming through Mankamang. Then going again is like a loop, which is about 22 kilometers. I sat with my team, and I remember these roads very well.
Okay, thank you. I'll appreciate it if you can provide me with that list. Thank you.
We'll surely send it to you by WhatsApp.
Thank you.
When we leave here.
Member for Latikunda Sabiji.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, do you have a comprehensive national road network plan that includes Gulangel Ward, especially linking Sahadatu down to Koro Julakunda, connecting Balokunda, Sare Walum towards Jari crossing point, linking Gulangel and then connecting out to Sarjak Junction? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. What we have done actually is to do the classification of roads, and we've hired a consultant who has in fact put this thing on the GIS map, and now we will engage the Ministry of Local Government and Lands so that the municipalities will know what are the municipal roads, what are the national roads, what are also, roads that are meant for the central government to do. So most of these roads that you mentioned definitely are already classified, and then, we are waiting for the right moment, hopefully in mid-October, to engage all the stakeholders. We have also prepared some legal instruments that will accompany this classification. For your information, the ministry has already done surveys of more than 4,000 kilometers of roads throughout the country. And now what we are doing now is to do the classification of this number that we have surveyed. Thank you.
DMD, you should write a note, give it to a member of parliament or one of these staff to give it to him.
But he's just clarifying what I said actually as an answer to the honorable member for Talindi. Or Latikunda, sorry.
Member for Nyanija.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. In the Honorable Minister's response, he said the ministry have made a survey of more than 4,000 kilometers of road nationwide as per the plan they have. I just want to know whether this includes roads in Nyanija. You know better.
Thank you so much. Yes, it is across the country, but Nyanija should be lucky that you have most of your roads done. Yes. Including the famous loop, Jao loop.
That one, the minister, it still have not been on asphalt. And then,
Yes, the asphalting will start in October. We cannot leave the Honorable Deputy Speaker out.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. I left there on Saturday. They are doing a great job there. They are on the culverts. You know, I am not sure if the member for Nyaneja was out of order. But the member for Sanementry, I hope you will not be out of order. The member for Sanementry, you have the floor.
Not at all, Honorable Speaker, but I know rule for one should be rule for all. So, and I think he was talking about the countrywide. So the remaining roads with regards to Sanementry, are they part of it? Thank you.
Well, we have included, in the master plan, we have included all the roads that were identified. Now, also remember that we don't have funds to do all the 4,000 kilometers. So they are going to be done at, phases. And we have thankfully got the World Bank that is committing 150 kilometers, but they are doing detailed studies, feasibility studies of 500 kilometers. So which means that we will have additional 350 kilometers ready to go and start, constructing once funds are available. So that is a very good opportunity that we have, while government will continue to look for other options, including partnering with investors that can engage in pre-financing some of these roads, and then they can be funded later.
Honorable Speaker, my question is not answered. I said
all the roads, that we surveyed, including those in Sanementry.
Thank you very much. Honorable Speaker, you've mentioned something very important. Honorable Speaker, thank you. Honorable Minister, you've mentioned something very important, identifying roads, classifying them, which are those that are expected to be considered by government and those that are expected to be considered by local councils. Have you started that process? Is it completed? And if so, should we be in the position to have that kind of map or road map per se?
Yeah, the draft is ready, and they are accompanied with 3D GIS maps, plus all the information. And of course, we will engage the relevant ministries and also a select committee of this National Assembly in a wider consultation so that they will be aware of the work that government has done in this drive.
Yes, that member for Sarekunda West.
Thank you. Since it's nationwide, I can speak for my member of parliament. I said, since it's nationwide, I can speak for my member of parliament, Tumana. The stretch from Kundam to Kulara and then Pirai, is that stretch also included?
Well, I have to check whether it's part of the upcoming 150, but I can assure you that the entire CRR and URR alone, we had about more than 280 kilometers of roads. CRR, more than 267, if I remember very well. So it's a huge work that was done here, including Kian West.
Honorable members, please, I know members are hungry for their roads to be made, and the system was corrupted by the member for Nyanija. He's my boss. And you see our elders here, the member for Serekunda, also asked about his constituency, where he originally come from. But the minister said it's for all members of parliament, it's for throughout the country. So maybe we can leave it at that and then go to the next question, even Olyundum included. Olyundum, your road. Question number 303 of 2024 by the Honorable Member for Jokado. He authorized Jara Central.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to read question number 303 of 2024 on behalf of the member for Jokado. Honorable Speaker, the following roads were constructed way back in 1985 and are all totally dilapidated almost 20 years ago, and since then, there has never been an attempt to maintenance or construct them. Could the Honorable Minister for Transport, Works and Infrastructure inform this August Assembly when these unmotorable feeder roads within Jokadu constituency be constructed? These: 1. Kersele via Kerjane, Bali Mandinka to Dasilame. Number 2, Kuntaya to Ker Amadou. Number 3, Kuntaya via Kerngor to Medina Madum. And number 4, Munyagen via Tambana Karantaba to Daru Fodeba.
Point of order, Honorable Speaker.
There is point of order.
Yeah.
Member for Latikunda Sabi.
Thank you very much. Duly answered, said not be asked again. The Honorable Minister said they have done their survey over 4,000 kilometers. That includes all the roads. So what the Honorable Member is asking is the same thing. That the Honorable Minister will respond. Thank you.
The Honorable Member for Latikunda, I know he definitely wants us to have a single question and the Minister will come, give answers, because earlier on he asked a question, he said so that members will stop asking about roads. But I want the member to engage the majority and the minority camp. If all of them agree to never ask the Works Minister question, then you will ask him what type of questions you want him to ask as substantive question. One is answered, then that's all. This one, you are out of order, sir. Minister, please go ahead and provide answers.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The Ministry of Transport, Works and Infrastructure intends to roll out construction of additional roads across the country. The roads in Jokadu are part of the roads that will also be included in this project.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, the said roads in Jokadu have been in this situation for a long period of time. Could you please do something for these people? Because I once used this road, the Kuntaya to Kere Amadu. In the rainy season, that place is not, they are disconnected, totally disconnected. It is in October, November, that's the time they will fill bags with sand. Place it on this destroyed place so that they can part on it and then go. Please try and consider them. Can you please consider them? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. It is unfortunate that we have this type of road since independence. And I think kudos to this government since 2018 when the National Road Implementation Map was produced. We have done almost 1,100 kilometers across the country, mostly using the national resources. However, the government will continue to commit to implementing more road projects so that communities that you mentioned can be served. In the meantime, we are working with councils, especially in the North Bank region, to support the subgrazing and also resurfacing of some of these roads so that they can be motorable. But if all goes well, the phase planning that we have started with the implementation of the road construction projects, some of these critical communities definitely will be served. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Have you ever visited these roads, Honorable Minister? These said roads in Jokadu, have you ever visited them? If yes, what, how did you feel when you visited them? In terms of their,
yes, I visited many of these roads across the country. That's my job. I mean, you may not know, but we do conduct a lot of treks across the country to look at the roads, to look at the culverts, to look at the waterways and how they are impacting on communities, especially in the rainy season. And yes, when I also drive on them, I feel very bad that for the best part of our independence, nothing was done in those communities. They are mainly just cartways and also, ways that were preserved for, horse carts and donkey carts. Now, what this government is doing is to have a complete master plan of the entire country of the road construction needs. And then we are costing this, and then we are putting it on the table so that the National Assembly and other critical players can understand the level of work that is needed to be injected in funding some of these roads. But in the meantime, I think government should also be commended for the action that it has taken, that in many of the rural areas where we are operating, there have never been even a road in those areas.
Question number 304 of 2024 by the Honorable Member for Lower Nyomi.
Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Minister of Transport, Works and Infrastructure inform this August Assembly how far has its ministry gone for the follow-up with the National Road Authority on the speed bumps for some villages in Lower Nyomi as discussed during the last session?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The National Roads Authority has started transporting the materials to Nyomi. As at now, a trip of basalt has been delivered to Amdalai, and the target is to construct the homes immediately after the rainy season. The reason being that the bitumen would not properly bind with the pavement when it is wet.
Question number
Honorable Minister, thank you very much for that information. That means nothing can be done before the end of the rainy season.
Well, technically, yes, because as I explained, if you mix the bitumen with the basalt and you place it there, it will not hold properly. When vehicles start, running over them, they will start to disintegrate, and then you have to redo it again. So that is why the NRA is waiting after the rainy season to come and do the homes. But they have already transported all the materials to the different sites. Yeah.
Member for Latrikunda Sabiji, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, request for homes is very familiar on all the old roads constructed, the new road constructed rather. Is your ministry putting into plan to make homes a compulsory scope for all the future road construction? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Member for Latrikunda Sabiji. Yes, in fact, for the new EPC roads that we are doing and also the OIC roads, there is a mandatory inclusion of homes and also other road furniture that need to be included in those projects for safety reasons. So all the new roads that we are doing now, homes are included and other security features. Thank you.
Member for Nyanija, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. The issue of this, is it speed bump or you call it homes, it's a great concern as far as some of these roads are concerned. And it's a very important feature as far as road safety is concerned. But how is there any standard way of doing it? Because on the OIC road it's perfect, but in our road, Nyanija, no. The ones they are...
The NRA has a standard that it gives out to all the contractors. And you can see that they are like flat level. And then, you can bump into it. Sometimes the problem is that some of the communities do construct the homes by themselves, and then they are not up to standard. But the ones that the contractors are doing now, they go by the required NRA standard that is given to them. I know the one that you're talking about in Nyanija, the contractor was engaged and it will be flattened out. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for that response. Question number 305 of 2024 by the Honorable Member for Lower Nyom.
Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Minister of Transport, Works and Infrastructure inform this August Assembly how far is the rehabilitation of the Kanilai Ferry and when it is expected to start operation?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The complete rehabilitation and re-engineering of the Kanilai Ferry includes various tasks as highlighted in the table below as at first week of September 2024. The number one is slipping of the ferry, which is now completed, and the scraping and painting against anti-corrosive paints, that is also completed. The cutting and gorging out cell plant platings, that one is ongoing and it is almost 80% complete. The replating and welding also is ongoing and is beyond 60%. The unslipping of the ferry, just to let you know that the ferry has already been slipped and that we are hopeful that by November, end of November, the ferry will be unslip from the jetty, from the shipyard. Then the procurement of marine diesel Hyundai Dozan engines, that one, the 4 engines and their cooling systems, they are all procured, and that by October they will arrive here in Banjul.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. I have no further question.
Minister. Yeah.
Who is that? Member of Opanyome and Majority Chief, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. Honorable Minister, I just wanted to confirm to us that whether the targeted time given for the rehabilitation of the ferry will definitely meet the timeline. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. That is a very difficult question now, looking at the scope of work that we have discovered on the Kanilai ferry. This is one ferry that did not go through any form of serious maintenance for more than 15 years. And when I took this ferry to the shipyard, we have discovered that a lot more needs to be done. In fact, we are completely re-engineering the ferry, and there is likelihood that we will shift the date earlier announced. Very likelihood. Yeah, we have a weekly engagement with the people of North Bank and the critical users of the ferry services. We plan to do an engagement by directly even going to the communities to explain to them the real work and then showing the videos. We can also invite you and your caucus members from the NBR so that we can take you to see the level of work that is being done on that ferry now. Yeah.
Member for Sanementrang, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, just for clarity, could you kindly tell us what percentage in total is the work of the ferry to commence business? Thank you.
Well, the percentages are in different components, as I told you. Overall percentage, I will have to liaise with the ferry services, especially the lead guy, that is the lead engineer that is supervising the works, to give me the latest, because we do this monthly update of the percentage of work in terms of progress. So the October one is expected soon, but I can re-request the September update and then forward it to you as quickly as possible. It has gone too far, but the body work is almost 80% complete as of the last update. And the components that were needed to be installed. The engines are all expected in October, 4 of them new, and other components, the propulsion system, and also the propellers. So if you put all those components together, it may go very far in terms of delivery time. Thank you. It is the installation though, because even when they are delivered, it is the installation that takes time, because you have to take your time, do a complete engineering. The honorable member from Latrikunda knows that, you can have the engines here today, being an engineer, but to install them will require different things, to do.
Member for Latrikunda Savage, you have the floor.
Very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, when you mention anti-corrosive paints, that dragged me back to the kind of feasibility studies done before Kanilai Ferry comes, even though it is not at your time. We know our waters are salty. We cannot bring a ferry that is not a stainless, that doesn't have stainless steel. These next ferries that you are ordering, are they stainless steels, or you still be applying anti-corrosive paints on them? Thank you very much.
Yes, those ones are part of the detailed design studies and scoping that was done. And if you look at what we are doing with the Kanilai Ferry, and also what we have done with the Kunta Kinte, you would have seen the type of paint that was used. But that would not also stop the materials that normally stick to the body of the ferry underneath from being there. What will be needed is the continuous maintenance. This was what was lacking before. And now the shipyard has a level of competence now that it can really slip these ferries and then, go underneath and clear some of those debris from there. Yeah.
Member for Lower Salem, you have the floor.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Minister, you have already rehabilitated Kunta, and Kunta is already seaward, and Kanilai is on the process. But don't you think before the Kanilai ferry will finish to apply on the sea, whether Kunta will not have the same issues?
Well, in operations, you never say no or never, because you are dealing with machines. But I can assure you that there is a proper system now in place that monitors the maintenance schedules, that monitors the competence of the engines, and also a whole lot of care that needs to be done, including cleaning the ferry, and also that giving it the required attention it deserves. That is one calling that we don't want to miss this time around. Proper maintenance. Thank you. And you can see that sometimes during the peak periods, the ferry services will stop for at least 1 hour to ensure that those critical maintenances take place. Yes, anytime they are to do it, they announce it in advance that on day so and so at this particular hour, the ferry will be stopped for routine maintenance. So that routine maintenance process, we don't joke with it now. Thank you.
Member for Kiang West. Member for Sandu.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, are plans still afoot to bridge the crossing point between Bara and Banjul?
Yes, those plans are still afoot. We are waiting for the study alignment from ECOWAS from October, and then the pre-feasibility will now begin. That is a very strong commitment from the government of the Gambia.
Question number 306 of 2024 by the Honorable Member for Lower Nyomi.
Honorable Speaker, would the Honorable Minister of Transport, Works and Infrastructure inform this August Assembly whether his ministry, together with the Gambia Ports Authority, have plans to reduce the traffic congestion in Bara anytime ferries are offloading vehicles?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The Ministry of Transport, Works and Infrastructure is working with critical stakeholders such as the Gambia Police Force to enforce compliance with traffic rules in ensuring that the area is decongested during the offloading of vehicles from the ferries.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. There used to be a diversion from the ferry terminal behind Barra Police Station towards SL. Can your ministry try to check try to examine that road, whether it can be rehabilitated so that these vehicles can be using that road?
Thank you. Yes, the situation of the road was brought to the attention of my ministry, and we forwarded it to the National Road Authority, the NRA, to look at the possibility of making it motorable so that diversion can be used either for the vehicles that are coming or those that are going out. Either way, depending on how the traffic will be diverted by the police.
Okay, thank you very much. I think that would work. No further question. Thank you very much.
Question number 307 of 2024 by the Honorable Member for Banjul North.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Minister for Transport, Works and Infrastructure update this August Assembly on the current cost of the entire Banjul Road Rehabilitation Project and how much has been paid so far to the contractor, understanding that it is a pre-financed project by the government?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Following the decision by the Gambia government to include all roads in Banjul project, the actual contract sum has been amended from $35,720,000 to $43,718,387.54. Since the start of the project, a total sum of $31,832,447.65, which is 75% or 73% equivalent of the entire sum, equivalent to $1,651,738,895.83 was paid to the contractor.
I think that was the information that I wanted.
Question number 307 of 2024 by the Honorable Member for Banjul North. That was, sorry. Question number 308 of 2024 by the Honorable Member for Banjul North.
Okay. Thank you once again, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Minister for Transport, Works and Infrastructure update this August Assembly on the status of the purchase of the sanitary equipment of the project, e.g., the compactor for the waste collection in the city and the sewage truck to empty the manholes when blocked?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. A provisional amount of $2.5 million was factored in the project for the procurement of waste management equipment through the EPC contractor. As the project nears completion, the Ministry of Transport, Works and Infrastructure and the consultant study, in consultation with the Banjul City Council, will put together a detailed client's brief requirements for the procurement of the said waste management equipment.
When exactly do you intend to purchase these equipments?
Well, we had already got an initial discussion on this in the office with the mayor of Banjul, and we have escalated the preliminary discussions to the contractor. Hopefully, by next month, we'll all sit together and then discuss the modalities of the procurement, so to ensure that these are made available to the city. Thank you.
Question
No. I have another supplementary. Thank you. Honorable Minister, do you understand the magnitude or the current situation of the city in terms of waste management and also the recent blockage of our sewage? What do you intend to do? Because we are telling you that we have an issue, a problem that we want to solve as soon as possible. What is your ministry willing to do to solve this problem?
Thank you, Honorable Member for Banjul South. Banjul North, sorry. As you may know, the contractor is currently working closely with the city in terms of declogging some of these areas that are blocked, especially the sewage pipes. And we also have upgraded the sewage treatment plant in near the Gambia High School. And also the pipe that was broken, the contractor had the opportunity to send the divers there to replace it. Now, whatever is happening in terms of the clogging of the sewage system, anytime it is brought to the attention of the contractor, he quickly mobilizes, and then the situation is resolved. Now, yes, I am very much aware of the magnitude of the waste management issue in Banjul, and that is why we had our preliminary discussions with the mayor to ensure that we put in motion, as the project nears conclusion, the issue of procuring some of this equipment for the city to have this waste management equipment.
Thank you. Question number.
It's our tag.
309.
No, our tag is raised.
Huh? No, you should raise your tag earlier so that I will get the list. Okay, next time.
No, Honorable Speaker, no, this is a right of us. Because we have 2 from the Cosnea and 5 for members. We raise our tag. You want to ignore our tags. If you are tired, allow somebody to come in there.
Honorable Member, I've never denied people asking questions. But if you sleep on your rights, you cannot come again and claim about it. But you didn't catch my eye. Yes. Member for Wasalo, you have the floor.
Honorable Minister, I wanted to confirm this amount of money, $2.5 million, whether it was government counter budget to the project, or the project that will do that, or the council. Which of these is doing it?
Thank you, Honorable Member. The entire Banjul project is funded by the Gambia government, and the 2.5 million was part of the project for waste management equipment. Like, when you are doing a project, you prepare a budget, and then different components are costed and budgeted for. So this 2.5 million is part of that, and it's not a counterpart contribution from the council. It is purely the central government that is providing this equipment.
Member for Latikuna Sabiji, you have the floor.
Very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, what I realize is we are approaching the maintenance procedure of the project in not a very good way. Because for me, if you ask me, this equipment should be bought at the beginning of the project, so that the declogging of the sewage will not be done by the contractor. It was going to be done by this equipment. So it means that the contractor is now running at an extra cost because of our failure to get this sanitary equipment at the beginning of the project. When are we doing this? Are we doing this as soon as possible, or are we still going to delay it to the end of the project? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Member. We are doing it as a priority now.
Question number 309 of 2024 by the Honorable Member for Fonyi Bondale.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the condition of the sideways on the South Bank Road is deplorable, especially in Moyok from the bridge down to the Max. Does the Minister of Transport, Works and infrastructure have any plan to rehabilitate the damaged areas?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The National Roads Authority is aware of the conditions of the road shoulders on the Mandinaba to Soma Highway. This was part of the road maintenance activities for 2024 financial year. However, due to budgetary constraints, this activity is postponed to 2025 fiscal year. Arrangements are now being made for the worst areas of the road shoulders to be reinstated immediately after this year's rainy season.
Question number.
Sorry.
Yeah,
Honorable Minister, crossing to the other side of the road, especially from the road to the masjid, is a challenge there. Do you have any plan to help us there?
Yes, we are aware. In our last tour, we had a stopover at this particular place. We are very much aware of the situation of this particular area. And as I stated in my answer, immediately after the rainy season, the NRA, as a stopgap measure, will deploy there just to fix that particular problem while the comprehensive review of the intervention for the soldiers from Mandinaba to Soma is addressed.
What I mean is like a temporal solution, because crossing to the other side of the road to the masjid is a challenge there. So can you help us?
Okay. I know the goalie there. I mean, we'll talk to the NRA, the divisional engineering team in Mansakonko, to see what can be done, even if it means, putting up a footpath for people to cross the goalie to the mosque. We'll consider doing something for that. Thank you.
Member for Lower Salom, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. You talked about budget constraint. Already NRA normally receive a levy. How does those levy implemented?
Thank you. As you may know now, through a very smart, innovative initiative by the Ministry of Finance and the Central Bank, the collection from the levy has now been kind of ring-fenced, and then it is paid through a coupon system that the banks are given to the NRA as advance receipts to ensure that we do all the roads in the country. So the fuel levy is now, the NRA has actually entered in the capital market, and the fuel levy is ring-fenced to offset the construction of road projects and also some maintenance projects in the country.
Question number 310. Sorry, the member for Fonyi Council.
Yes, thank you very much. Honorable Minister, as you have said, from Mandinaba to Soma, as lack of budget constraint, areas where you've seen, very gulledly to move the other side, what immediate measures would you also imply instead of waiting for the budget?
Thank you, Honorable Member. The NRA divisional teams actually go around and then do have consultations with the communities that will normally have these problems with stormwater runoffs in their communities. They have done a lot of interventions in several areas, and immediately a situation like such is brought to the attention of the NRA, they do deploy for survey first and then determine the level of intervention needed. So anytime we have a request of this nature, the NRA does intervene.
Question number 310 of 2024 by the Honorable Member for Fonyi Bondali.
Thank you once again, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Minister for Transport, Works and Infrastructure inform this August Assembly when will the construction of the roads from Brambang to Bambara and from Nyantempo to Fast Chairman to Nyevi commence?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The government of the Gambia plans to construct additional roads nationwide. The roads that the honorable member has mentioned will be part of the roads earmarked for construction once funds are available.
Question number, Member Pufonya Councillor.
Yes, Honorable Minister, as per the said villages, Buramba, Bambara, Nyantempo, Fast Chame to Nyofi, it's very difficult for vehicles to pass through. Is there any mechanism put in place for a temporary measures before funds are available? Is there any?
Well, I don't want to make much commitment, but I will pass this to the NRA to see what quick interventions can be done to make some of those roads motorable. I know also that the Ministry of Agriculture is planning to do some roads around that area. So hopefully, when that intervention comes, which is about 170 kilometers or 200 kilometers or so, definitely it will be a big relief on us, even as a ministry.
Question number 311 of 2024 by the Honorable Member for Lower Badibu.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister. Indeed, we are grateful to the Ministry for constructing the road that link Kerewani and Jawara. However, Honorable Speaker, is the Honorable Minister aware that the construction also resulted to the flooding of some compounds in Jawara, especially the health center? If yes, what are his plans to remedy the problem? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The cause of the flooding of the Njawara Health Center and the surrounding compounds was because of the ramp created by the access to the health center during the construction of the road. However, the issues were resolved recently by creating an earth ditch along the fence of the health center to discharge water to the main culvert. The plan is to concrete the earth ditch after the rainy season to avoid erosion of stormwater runoff.
Thank you. I have no further question on that.
Member for Atekunda Sabiji. Your supplementary have been answered. Okay. Question number 312 of 2024 by the Honorable Member for Lower Badibu.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, once again. Could the Honorable Minister for Transport, Works and Infrastructure confirm to this August Assembly the existence of alleged airport or airfield in Sanya? If yes, when was it established? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the Gambia Civil Aviation Authority had received an application for an operational license from a European national, which was denied due to safety and security reasons. But following a tip-off that this particular individual was using his private property as an airstrip for a micro-light aircraft to land and take off, aviation safety inspectors from the Gambia Civil Aviation Authority visited the place and reported the matter to the ministry, which subsequently forwarded it to the national security officials for investigation. To this end, I can assure the honorable member that the airstrip has since been closed.
Thank you. No further question on it.
Honorable Minister for Transport, Works and Infrastructure, I want to thank you sincerely for those answers provided to this August Assembly, and you are now released. You may go. Thank you, sir. And please, more roads for members of the National Assembly, and let them provide more funds. Honorable members, thank you very much, Honorable Minister for Works and Transport, and we wish you all the best so that we can have more roads. Clerk, we may proceed. Clerk, we may proceed.
Where is the Honorable Minister for Youth and Sport? Deputy Majority Leader, where is the Minister for Youth and Sport?
Questions for oral answers by the Honorable Minister for Youth and Sports.
Questions for which due notices were given to the Honorable Minister for Youth and Sports by honorable members for oral reply. Honorable Minister, you may proceed to the podium. Question number 316 of 2024 by the Honorable Member for Sabak Sanja. I am told that he authorized the member for Combo East to read on his behalf.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Minister for Youth and Sport inform this August Assembly what plans does his ministry have to provide mobility to the regional youth chairpersons?
Honorable Speaker, I wish to inform this August Assembly that the Ministry of Youth and Sports staff are facing serious mobility challenge. The Ministry of Finance removes the budget for the purchase of vehicles for the ministry for the last 3 years. Therefore, the Ministry of Youth and Sports does not have any plans to provide mobility to the regional youth chairpersons because while they play a key role in the regional youth structures, they are not necessarily staffs of the ministry that would need mobility from the ministry. Nonetheless, upon the end of the National Youth Council Migration Project, supported by IOM, the motorbikes that were being used by the project were handed over to the regional youth committees for their usage. Additionally, the ministry recently got support from the SWEAT project for the procurement of motorbikes that were handed over to our regional youth and sport coordinators who serve as secretary and provide technical support to the work of the regional youth chairpersons.
Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Minister further give proofs that if there wasn't any formal agreement between the ministry, his ministry and the regional youth chairpersons in this respect?
Honorable Member, what? Was there any agreement to provide them transport or what?
Yes. Was there any agreement set between the two parties, the ministry and then the regional youth chairpersons?
Honorable Speaker, no, there has never been any such agreement between the ministry and the regional youth committees. But the regional youth committees are committees elected by youth organizations within the region, and they serve as a platform for young people. However, our identified or appointed staff are the regional youth coordinators and sport coordinators who work with these committees. Now, the committees are not necessarily on a day-to-day basis. They don't have a daily job that they execute for the young people. They only meet and agree on certain decisions that are implemented by our regional youth coordinators. But yes, they made a request for vehicles, and we told them that we do not have a budget for vehicles, like I said, in our last 3 years.
Question number, Member for Lower Salem.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Minister, in your response, you mentioned the minister, there was a budget line, and the minister take out that budget line from the ministry. Are you informed why was that was done?
Honorable Member, you are not audible. Speak a bit louder and clear. Member, can you repeat your question?
Yes. In his response, he said the Minister of Finance, take away a budget line for vehicle. I said, do you know the reason why the Minister of Finance do that? Or whether you were informed about it?
No, Honorable Speaker, no. I mean, when Minister of Finance take out items in budget, they don't give reasons. You submit your proposals for the year and they take it out, even if it falls within the budget. So that's what I said, that 2022, 23, 24, our budget line for vehicles have been removed. There is normally no explanations.
Member for Kiang West, you have the floor.
Honorable Minister, having removed those budget lines from your budget in those previous years, did you receive any vehicle from the Ministry of Finance or anywhere from June coming to now?
Well, yes. I mean, this year, the Office of the President gave vehicles to each minister, and we recalled they recalled the vehicles we were using and replaced them with vehicles. That's what we got, I guess. That's what you're referring to.
Question number 317 of 2024 by the Honorable Member for Janjan.
No, we've not received any vehicle from the minister.
Honorable Minister, please, I've already read. Honorable Minister, by question number 317 of 2024 by the Honorable Member for Janjambure. And the member for Lower Salon will read on his behalf.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, sometimes this year, the Honorable Minister for Youth and Sports reported this August Assembly that the only independent stadium received financial allocations for the second phase of renovations, with the promise it was going to be ready in September 2024. Could the Minister update this August Assembly on the work in progress, budget covered, and the completion period due for September?
Honorable Speaker, following the completion of the Phase 1 rehabilitation and remodeling works at the Independent Stadium, with the approval of the Gambia Public Procurement Authority, GPPA, MOIS signed a contract with two contractors, namely Jigo Construction and CFTM Group, for the continuation of Phase 2 works. Though the contract was signed in February of 2024, the work did not start until May 2024 due to the delay in the payment of the initial amounts. In terms of contracts, the first one, which is the CFTM, was signed on the 1st of March 2024, and the total amount signed was 16,858,081. Up to date, 14,329,000 was paid or has been paid. The second, which is Jigo, was signed on the 28th of February 2024 for a 4-month period to the tune of 136,301,854. Up to date, 115,856,577 has been paid. It is important to inform this august body that the effective commencement date of the contract is different from the payment date. And so by contract agreements, the payment date is when the contract effectively starts. CFTM has completed its work as per the report from the consultant, that is the Ministry of Transport, Works and Infrastructure. According to the progress report submitted by the consultant, Jigo Construction has completed 75% of the works, pending the arrival of his containers, which are delayed, to fix and complete the works. Jigo Construction has applied for an extension of the contract up till November 2024 to fully hand over the stadium. We are currently waiting for the professional and technical advice from the Ministry of Works on this request.
There is no further question, Honorable Speaker.
Member for Latikunda Savage, you have the floor.
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. Honorable Minister, we are not building constructing a new stadium. We are rehabilitating or renovating. Why do we involve 3 contractors into a simple stadium renovation? Number one, first phase, you included, you hired the service of 1 contractor. Second phase, you decided to hire the service of 2 contractors for a simple renovation. What motivated us into this decision? Thank you.
Honorable Speaker, the same contractors that are doing phase 2 are the ones that also did phase 1. From the beginning, even my reports here, we did say that the job was divided into lots and into phases. And then when the tendering was done from lot 1 to 4, 2 of the lots went to one of the contractors and the other 2 went to the other contractors based on their specialization. And in the second phase, it's a continuation of the same contractor. So nothing has really changed.
Member for Upper Florida West.
Yes, thank you so much, Honorable Speaker, and then Honorable Minister. I thank you for your responses. But the question that I want to ask, that is, how long you last visited the renovation work at the Independence Stadium?
Well, I'm actually almost there every day, if I may put it that way. The last was just 2 days ago on Monday. I was at the stadium. And before that, Thursday last week, I was there.
Member for Fonyi Bondale, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, when do we expect to host matches in our Independence Stadium?
Well, we would get back to hosting international matches when the stadium is completed. So at the moment, I will not be able to give you a definitive date based on what I said. The extension that has been requested. I know we have a game in October, we have another one in November, and then we have another one next year, March. So once this job is completed, we will be able to get our matches back. But it really depends on quite a number of factors, including delays in containers and sometimes the arrival of the shipments, and then you have the containers right here at the ports for like a whole month before it can be cleared out. So these are all things that are outside our control. It's a whole maritime system issue.
Member for Fonyi Bintang Karanai.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, specifically, can you tell us whether the stadium will be completed in 2026, 2027, 2028, specifically? Because timing here is very, very important, and timing is of essence as far as the development is concerned.
No, the current works will be completed this year, 2024, not any year after that. But as I have reported in the past, what we're doing is what is considered to be phase 2. Now, if you're referring to that, that will be completed before the end of this year. If you're referring to the entire works that need to happen in the stadium, that will really depend on the availability of funds. But what we are focusing on now is to be able to complete this work to bring football back. The rest of it, including athletics and others, depends on the availability of funds.
Member for Banjul North, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Listening to the Honorable Minister, are you telling us that after the completion of the phase 2, Gambia will be able to host football matches as usual?
Yes, we are very certain that at the end of the phase 2, we should be able to host our matches, because as we are getting on this work, the CAF representative who was around to do the assessment and highlighted the areas that needs to be done is carried along. So on a regular basis, the Minister of Works is updating him, and he is actually part of the WhatsApp group where they discuss these technical things, and he advises as they move. So we believe that when they're done, they should be able to give us a certificate to play our matches.
Question number 318 of 2024 by the Honorable Member Fufoni Bondali.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister. Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Minister for Youth and Sport inform this August Assembly if the ministry has any plan to construct a mini stadium in Fonyi Bondali?
Honorable Speaker, I wish to inform this August Assembly that due to limited budgetary allocation and our primary mandate being on national infrastructure and not necessarily community-based infrastructure, the Ministry of Youth and Sports is not in a position to construct mini stadium as all the communities expect. The focus is currently on the completion of the Independent Stadium Walk, Boyo Field at Bakote, and the Fulabantang Football Field in Sierra South. Other areas will be considered thereafter once funds are available.
Honorable Minister, as you said, there are no funds to maybe construct a mini stadium. Do you have any plan to construct even a field for the young people of that area?
Well, Speaker, like I said, not at the moment. In Fonyi, we did the Buyam one, and that was what was planned. There are no plans currently to support construction of a football field anywhere in the Fonyis.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Fonyi, Nementreng, Sanementreng.
Okay. Yes, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. But Honorable Minister, I've heard you saying there is no fund currently to at least put up a stadium, mini stadium in Fonyi, Bondali. But then Sani Mentereng has been part of the promises that we've made in putting up a mini stadium in Sukuta, considering the population. What is this status? Thank you.
Honorable Member, if I allow this question, every member will ask about a mini stadium in the No, he has no. In answering the question, he only stated the area they are intervening. No, he said they don't have money to build stadium and minister across the country. Member for Fonyi Bondali, you have the floor. Fonyi Bintang Karanai.
Okay, Honorable Minister, your cry all over is about the issue of money. Why is it a challenge for you to get funds to build the mini stadiums for the Gambian youths?
No. Member for Sami. Member for Sami, you have the floor. Yes?
Yes, point about 43.4. Question is not in order.
What? You are raising on what?
Standing order.
Point of, are you raising on point of order?
Yes, 43.4.
Okay, the member for Passé.
A supplementary question shall not be in order if it introduce matters not included in the original.
Member for Sami, please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me. Honorable Minister, you are talking of funds, lack of funds. Would it be possible to prioritize areas?
With regards to buying vehicles or constructing stadium or what?
It's limited funds. The funds are not available. So I'm suggesting to him if they can prioritize.
Thank you. Minister, thank you. He suggested that, so just note it down. Question number 319 of 2024 by the Honorable Member for Bundong Kakunda. Is out. Honorable members, on your behalf, I want to thank the Honorable Minister for Youth and Sport for those answers provided. Honorable Minister, you are released. You may go. Thank you so much. Where's the brief? Another brief was okay. I've seen it. Yes, member for Councillor Fonyi.
Yes, I just have a suggestion that you can warn members in parliament. As per the look, others will go and eat when others are in session. So I want to bring to your notice to send a strong message against that. When sessions are on, we go and eat together, we come back. We face, they said the food, you go there, they said foods are not available. So please, I want you to send a message, especially my sons who are here.
Let him address Bakari Baji and Tumani Sane first. They are there before anyone.
Thank you very much, honorable members. That's not debate for today, but another day. I want to thank you sincerely for all those questions provided, and of course, sitting and allowing the honorable ministers to provide answers. I want to thank you sincerely, honorable members. Be it resolved that this August Assembly do stand adjourned until Thursday, 19 September 2024 at 10 a.m. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. The Assembly now stand adjourned until Thursday, 19 September 2024 at 10 a.m. prompt.